how's the lighting here? So. Could be worse, could be better. Of course, the person in the middle doesn't help any. Let's see. Let's get that over here a little bit more. There we go. Maybe my head won't block nearly so much this time. Uh, I, I don't know, Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it. Let's see, how's it? That looks about right. Okay. Hey, David. Oh, how's the sound? I presume it's okay. Oh, feeling a little bit uh, wimpy from the trip this weekend. Jim, the heat has got his butt kicked, so he's not here today because he's recuperating from the heat. Now, right now it says 95 degrees.
My phone says 100.
Her phone says 100, so she's probably hotter than I am. So better than you've ever sounded. Oh my goodness. I can't imagine why that would be. Anyhow, so.
Well, at least we're not in Arizona, where it sucks rocks.
So, been a busy week as usual. We're trying to do catch up since had the nosebleed fiasco that got right in the way of everything. Just as things are picking up. Yep. Luckily, Chris says hi, little one.
Hi, Chris.
In the mine itself, we're down far enough that the temperature is substantially cooler. I'm guessing I was generally working in about 75 degrees, something like that.
Like 65.
She says 65. I know when you actually lean against the wall, it's cold. So the rock's still giving up its winter cold. So that was helpful. Eva's canopy chair is turning out to be working very well, and importantly, we've also taken a towel so we can kind of drape it whatever side of the chair we need to keep the sun from coming in underneath it. That has turned out to be important.
For the Vogons.
The Vogons?
Yeah, I'm a fruity dudette who knows where my towel's at.
She's a fruity dudette who knows where her towel's at. Those of you who know what she's talking about will know it. Those who don't, it's too complicated. It's science fiction. But anyhow,
it's 42.
So centigrade? I don't know. What is it in centigrade right now? 42?
I think about 35.
About 35. Yeah, I was gonna think. I think that would be more like about 110 or something. Yeah. Hi, Jerry. Yeah, David. You adjust the shade as you need it. So that was. Yeah. Now, right now, you're correct, Rock. Right now, the bottleneck is in the mining. And as we explained last week, a lot of that is because we're still developing to get to what appears to be the significantly wide vein. And there is a good indication that it's starting to widen up. The big question is how deeply it goes into the wall. But the area that we have been working has been pretty tough. And we had to shoot a little bit with the Sierra Blaster. And I ordered some more drill bits because the problem with the Sierra Blaster in our situation is the drilling of the holes. Okay. And the there's two problems primarily. Number one is the hole itself um, gets smaller with time. As the drill bits wear out, the hole gets smaller and it's harder and impossible to get the blast head in. So you're going to need to have some bits that you pretty much just use just for reaming. According to Lauren, he says the 4 carbide bits work better for that because they got more carbides to keep the perimeter open. The dulling of the bits is a real problem in our material because it's that really hard quartz. And found that as long as I change the bits every 1 inch or 15 seconds, whichever comes first, they don't seem to dull too much. We're going to get, I'm going to take a look at, there's a tool sharpening guy around here and see how much he charges to sharpen them properly. But I've got 20 bits on order from Sierra Blaster, who, by the way, has got really good prices on the long drill bits, you know. So they'll be here before next weekend. There was some stuff I left up close to the ladder track that was hard, and therefore I didn't see the reason to waste time on it right now when we didn't have, you know, any sharp bits. We did blast one shot, which it popped that chunk of kryptonite out just fine. But anyhow, to give you an idea, let's take some. Now this is a bit that we use for the Bosch. And little one, could you get me a paper towel? I forgot to clean this one. And it had a star cross section initially. And the problem with this is called a maul point, or you can have like a pyramid coming to a point. But the problem with those is they distribute the force in all directions. And I'll go into it a little bit more in detail later in the thing tonight. I'll get on the whiteboard. But the problem with that is the rock is very strong in compression, very weak in tension. And as such, what I did was I took this bit here and cut this side and this side off and turned it into a chisel bit for about that long. Well, actually, it was up here at the time. And that worked a bit until that broke off, because now it's thinner than it's designed. The Bosch is pretty tough, but I'm not trying to drill holes, which is what I was doing. I'm trying to split the rock. So I took one of the other maul points, which is just a pyramid point, like this, and by taking a grinder and removing some, I made a chisel bit. And this worked much better. So my production rate went up and everything. So that helped. Then today, when I was at the hardware store, I found the Milwaukee chisel bit, $35. So this is going this weekend. The Hilti is Oars to Combat for another week, as they're doing some electronics. I think it's the brushes on the motor. Hi, blind dude. But also the chuck was worn. So total repairs are over $500. I bet you there's like 2 or 3 major parts in the chuck, and I bet you each one's like $100. And I said, as long as you send me back the old parts, because that way I can always replace it later if I need to. I honestly, I'm so freaked out about the whole supply chain thing. It's like, okay, I'll have spares. You never know. Hilti, gosh, I don't know where it's someplace in Europe, but it's not Germany. I'm pretty sure. By the way, cutting these things gets them a little hot. Um, but that's part of the production problem. I'm going to take some of my worn down Hilti chisel bits, and basically they've got a hex and then it flares a little bit into a chisel. And I'm going to cut the sides of that chisel off at the end. So I just have something much more akin to this. They're much smaller. This is 1.25 inches. I think the Hilti bit is like 1 inch. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it will, Chris, but it gets pretty hot just beating on it. I didn't have any alternative. This has had, I don't know, an hour or two of work. And as you can see, it's still holding up pretty good. Ideally, you'd want to forge it and then give it a proper heat treatment and everything else. Hey, blind dude. But you do what you got to do when you're in the field. The mall points were just waste of my time. I'm sure you could, David, if you knew exactly what you were doing. When I was cutting it, one thing I noticed was the center core seemed to cut faster with the cutting wheel on the hand grinder than the outer edge. So I presume it's essentially some kind of case hardening where they forge it and then heat treat the outside to make it harder. I don't know. I know what the basics of that kind of metallurgy are. I don't know any of the details. But anyhow, so that's the plan. And when we get the Hilti bit into, a Hilti bit into something like this, Lauren says we're also going to put some hard facing on it and grind it to a sharp point. And that will make it last a lot longer. And so that's the basic plan. I doubt they're multi-alloy. I'm guessing it's just an exterior heat treatment that's different. And but that Bosch is a beast. I mean, it's big, it's heavy, and it is a real handful. Again, I'll go into more detail later, but boy, I tell you what, it is a handful. And I've got a bruise on my leg. I think this elbow's a little sort of hitting the walls because I'm working in a limited area. Now, at times that's good because I can lean against the wall and do something. Yeah, Sandvik is good stuff, Rock Butcher. So, anyhow, I'll get a little more detail later on that. On my list, KD3. Again, I love crowdsourcing this stuff. Rafael in Colombia, who's also using Eco Gold X, or trying to, came up with a suggestion for attempting to reduce the gold complexes in the resin to metallic gold to allow us to efficiently ash the resin without vaporizing the gold. He said, the guy that makes this KD3 indicator solution says it'll reduce almost any gold complex out there. And light bulb goes off. Okay, we're going to be trying that this week. We're going to be taking some resin and trying to react it with the KD3 and see what happens. That may be the answer. Also, Chris, we have some resin that's been soaking in vitamin C while we were out mining. So we'll see if that also reduces the gold to its metallic state in
But
the
that
resin.
vitamin C was tablets full of confounding ingredients.
Yeah, but she's right. It was tablets, so there's other ingredients in there too. So we shall see what we shall see, but no high confidence. Uh, Currently, I say the bottleneck is the mining, so the milling has basically just been, the ore that we've got, plus improving everything and finishing up all the changes. Furnace liner. Um, Ned from, yeah, it might, Chris. I don't know. We'll give it a shot. I got 2 pints of this stuff. A few milliliters won't hurt. But anyhow, Gruber Ned from Australia was, he put up a video this week, and I mentioned to him that um, it looks like he's starting to get a little spillage on the floor of his furnace there, and he needs to put a liner on it. And what I did, and it hasn't showed up yet, but I bought it's a ceramic foam high temperature refractory insulation board. That was kind of repetitive there, but um, it's light and cheap. It's what they use for these sort of things, to line the thing, which in itself and is just as vulnerable as the lining of the furnace. However, I found that I could skim coat a little bit of Satanite. Satanite is a refractory cement, so to speak, used for these kind of applications. But by mixing it up, not exactly thin, but more like the plaster you'd be putting on sheetrock your first coat, and then skim coating that board, cutting the board to fit the bottom of the kiln, skim coating it, and then just taking the putty knife and kind of scraping it off on the edges to leave a ridge all the way on that around the outside. I have a little insert I can just put in there and it'll catch stuff. The other day, it caught something really unexpected. When Eva was loading a number of cupels in there, it's a hot furnace, and she's putting cupels in. We had, as you're processing an assay bead, you add enough silver to make sure you've got at least 3 parts silver to 1 part gold in the first bead you get from cupelling your first button. Then you take that, put it in hot nitric acid, and you wind up with basically pure gold, almost powder. That then we take and we put it in a lead foil, put it in a little square, dimple the middle, put it in there, fold it up, put it in a small cupel, and I think Chris has got you a place for vitamin C, bulkapothecary.com. Okay. But anyhow, as she was putting this stuff in, something hit one of those foil packets, knocked it off the cupel, and it landed on the floor of the furnace, which instantly melted it. So that roughly 1/4 gram of, we call it parting debris, was now a part of the bottom of the kiln liner I put in there. And so the next day, we took and basically I cut that half off, put another half on, and skim coated it together with Satanite, which, by the way, is still working. It's still staying in one piece. I'm surprised. It was an experiment as much as anything. Then that other part we just crushed up in the big mortar and pestle, and I panned it down, and she furnace the debris and got back 1/4 gram of gold. So
plus some silver.
Plus some silver. By having that reusable, replaceable liner, it gives you a lot of possibilities. I have the raised edge, so if you spill some flux or whatever, it'll tend to contain it on top of that, on that refractory and resistant to flux um, surface from the Satanite. That gives you a chance to take it out and do this and the other. It that lead did some damage even through the Satanite, but not too bad. It was, she was able to run it the rest of the day. Then we just took it out. And so I would suggest if you got one of these little kilns, where's the video of the furnace? There's a number of them in the last few months, John. It's a tabletop furnace. It has certain pluses and certain minuses. I think we're really pushing it to its limits. Um, Especially the heating elements have been having an issue in this very harsh environment. But by having that kiln bottom cover, you're going to save your kiln bottom, and it wouldn't hurt even to skim coat the bottom of your kiln when you first get it with some Satanite too. Wouldn't hurt. But then have, let's say, replaceable pieces in there, and that way, if things become messy, you just take them out and either crush them and pan them or throw them away. Yeah, I say it's not ideal. It's inexpensive. It's got good temperature control and things like that, but it's not really an industrial furnace for these kind of applications. So it has its difficulties, but it's doing what we need for now while we figure out exactly what we need in the long run. Um, Hopefully, we'll be able to define the parameters well enough and such, and figure out a way to pre-treat the resin to the point where it's just not going to give up the gold, and we can just ash it and go into production. In that case, we're going to get a decent size propane furnace. Absolutely. But anyhow, so that's kind of the progress there. And things are progressing uh, along that line. Uh, there's not much big news of the week, so to speak.
Not really.
Yeah, we're only doing 1,500 pounds a week right now due to the mining constraints. I'm trying to build up a stockpile for practical purposes. If we have a stockpile of jaw crushed ore sitting there Monday morning, we can come in, dump the tank, reload the tank with solution, and grind up another load in one day without a problem. And then, if we can get the mining going well, we would like to do 2 tons a week. If the vein's wide enough and soft enough, and we got, we'll be able to do that. It'd be hard work, but we can do it. Fire or smoke a bother? Absolutely. That's why it's under a vent hood. But even then, during certain processes and certain wind directions and stuff, Eva just exfiltrates the lab
in the room because of the amines.
Yeah. So yeah, you definitely want to have good ventilation around it. In many cases, you could put it outside and use it outside. But say right now, we could do 2 batches a week. Reload the tank on Mondays and Thursdays, then go out in the field Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and dig more ore. But it's going to be working, and quite frankly, it's hot this weekend. It's up around 100. That adds another level of strain to the whole operation. Yeah, Rock. So we do have an exhaust fan there. I'm not sure exactly how good it is. We need to put a little swing door or something there so we can get out. We also need a much bigger fan. That, again, is in the list of 10,000 things that I'll get to as fast as I can. Hopefully next weekend we'll have punched through this hard spot and will be in pretty good ore. I know that towards the decline, yeah, I can bust that stuff up fast, and we can haul it. I mean, what was that on Sunday? We're up there maybe
24 buckets, probably.
yeah, like 24 buckets in about 4 hours, maybe. But a lot of that was hard stuff. Remember when I said, "Well, we're getting it's getting late," and immediately got what 8, 12 buckets. That was the good stuff. Yeah, pretty much, David. I don't know. We'll figure something out, Chris. I say one thing I do with it. I also put the exhaust fan on the side of the building too close to the door. I need to move it way up. Have you tried their leach solution? Who is there, Douglas? I don't see any reference to who they might be. Can you elucidate? Um, but and then eventually, especially if we're doing big production runs, it'd be outside anyhow. Previous message on the video or email. Don't recall anything today on this. A happy camper. I haven't tried their leach solution. No. I last time I talked to the guy, so he said that he's basically going out of business. Yeah, that's right. I want to take it up above the roof line, Chris. Absolutely. That was a mistake on my part. Yeah, but not enough to leach tons of ore per week. We need to have a reliable source of bulk volume. I mean, we've got like 300 pounds of Eco Gold X to get us through this season. And that's, the dry concentrate. Let's see. Yeah. See the bit I found, Lauren? Just exactly what we need, huh? Later on, when it's worn a bit, we'll put some hard facing on there and sharpen it up again. But anyhow, yeah, we shot this week. It's the drill bits that are the problem there. And I've got 20 on order from Aaron. It should be showing up Wednesday or Thursday. Put a T where it exits the building. And you mean you have a fan like outside blowing up on the cross part of the T or something to that effect, Chris? I'm sure they make stacks that'll tend to suck out the stuff for gas appliances, things like that. Yeah. And that definitely needs improvement, but there's a lot of stuff that, as I noticed the other day, we started doing 100-pound batches. Now we're doing 1,500-pound batches. And that means that we are gone up by a factor of 15 so far. And our next increase is from 1,500 pounds a week to 4,000 pounds a week is the plan. Lauren, he bought a fan for about $100 somewhere for his exhaust hood, and it sucks. That's a good fan. So it'll something like that would work well, which is my plan. And so that's basically what we're doing there. And since mining is the bottleneck right now, I thought I would do a little bit. Yeah, I do too, Lars. Not enough. Um, Maybe you've got a better one. Yeah, I got mine at what do they call that? The restore. So what I'll do is I'm going to give a little quick lesson on how to use a demolition hammer to break rock. Now, I don't know about these concrete dudes. When it comes to rock, I've got a serious problem when it gets tough. Let's suppose here's your rock surface here. Let's say that's the floor I'm standing on. Now, if you just try and drill a hole straight down into it, you're going to have to basically pulverize it as you go. And that just takes forever. Okay? Very, very inefficient. So what you do instead is come in at an angle with a chisel bit like this. What you're going to have to start is come in straight down, and once you've got a notch in the rock, then you start angling it, and you come in and you take out a divot. This will spall off. Well, then you come on over here and do the same thing, and this right here will start breaking off on you until you get down here, and you might get about that deep. Then you come on over here, you spall that off, you get a little hole there, and like this, until you have a deep enough hole in the rock so that your whole bit, this is about the level where the chuck is, right here. So you want the whole bit to fit in. Then come on over here, and you probably come in at this direction, make your notch, then slowly rotate like this until this falls off. Then you come up here, you do the same thing, and it'll do that. And now you've got a near vertical face. Now this is where life gets a whole lot easier. Okay? Once you got here, depending on the hardness of the rock, will make a big difference. The vein rock near the current decline is soft enough you can just put the thing on and it'll just sink. As a matter of fact, always have two bits with you, because it's easy to stick these in the rock and you ain't going to pull it out. You need to get another one and carefully work your way around it. You know? Yeah, I've never found the moil to really do that much better than a chisel. But if it gets hard, then what you do, you're going to find out there's a certain distance here that this can break. And whatever distance that is, maybe an inch, maybe 2 inches, maybe 4 inches, depends on the rock. You'll find out as you go, and it's going to change. The rock I'm busting will go from easy busting to tough busting in about a foot. I think it's mainly because of silica content. And so find out what this distance is and then set that. Looking down from the top, say here's my walls here. This is what I want to clear back to. Start in the middle, chisel a spot, then move the chisel over. Again, the amount you can do this and be effective, you'll find out by just trying it. Move it over, and then that'll break here, and out to there. Here, and then you take it off in chunks. And the same way this way. Once you get to the edge, in this case, I've got a vertical wall, and without special effort, that wall is going to come in on you. It's going to get narrower and narrower as you go down. So take your bit, here's the wall here, and this has been broken here. Take your bit, put it in there, and beat this out a little bit here. Bring it up vertical and see if you can split this out. And you want to it's going to feel like you're undercutting a little bit. And then when you're 3 feet down, you'll see it's still just vertical. If it feels like you're going straight down, you're actually coming in. Okay? So spend extra effort on these corners here, or you'll regret it. It'll also be easier to break if you let this have a little bit of a radius here. You don't try and get sharp, because that right there has rock supporting it all the way around. Now, if you hit a hard spot, there's a hard spot right here, say. In my case, it can be a vein. Okay? And it's not busting on you, bust the stuff out next to it first. Then try and beat it. Again, this is supporting that rock and giving it extra strength. So that will help you. Now, the problem with this is you have to know when to just beat the crap out of it and make it happen. Because if you just constantly let all the harder stuff push you around, you're going to wind up with domes of stuff sticking up. And that's real hard to work. You really want a flat surface, go in and out, in and out, in and out, like that. Don't turn this into a dome. You might have a little plateau. Try and avoid a dome. Now, the other problem is, yeah, that's the problem, Kodak. It is in the hard rock. The hard quartz is running good grade. The other problem is when you have a hammer beating on this with sufficient force to drive it into the rock, and in harder rock, it's not just going to sink in at all. It's just going to bounce, and you just sit there and hold it, let it work a while, and then the rock will break. Okay? It's not like you're driving it into dirt. You're beating it against something until it structurally fails. So the vibration on this is pretty severe. And if you don't have a good spot to get a grip, for example, if you foolishly, which I do from time to time, let this turn into this. Okay? Oh my gosh, I've let the wall come in. So now I got to start here and get it to grip while it's hammering at some god-awful violence, and it's just bouncing everywhere. Especially if you don't let it get too far up. What you can do, you must be very careful doing this. If you do this, bad things will happen. But you can lay it against your foot, your boot on the downhill side, and that'll hold up. So as it's bouncing violently around, it'll tend to stay in the same spot until it penetrates enough to achieve purchase. This black you see, that's grease from the shanks of these things here. So you have to be very careful, and don't let another thing you have to be careful of too is if you're, say, taking this, let me erase a little bit here. Here's broken rock here. Okay. As you're doing this, you're breaking into this pile. Once it goes down, pry it back, push it forward. move that stuff out a little bit to give you some room. If you wind up in a situation, and you will, because when you dig this out, what do? You wind up with a vertical piece like that. If you're drilling here and your foot's right there and that breaks, this thing can just jump right down there. So you never want to be drilling like this, because it comes loose, wham, into you. Keep your feet to the side, because it will do that. And then you got like a 35-pound jackhammer delivering a gazillion joules per blow at several blows per second, and a steel bit that's being driven through hard rock on top of your foot. It's going to hurt like a son of a gun. But you have to give it some kind of purchase. And honestly, the violence with which this thing bounces is really hard to understand. If you're just in regular concrete, it's absorbing the blows to a certain extent, so it doesn't recoil as much. You put it on hard quartz, it recoils. And that's where you got some problems. Instead of holding the shank, if you can hold around the chuck of the drill too, because these aren't rotating. So with a jackhammer, you can hold the chuck of the drill. Sometimes, when I got this giant jackhammer, I'm holding this end of it with the other end here, so I get a bite on the wall. This is where the Hilti comes in so much easier than this beast. It's a lot lighter. It's a lot more controlled. And as such, it's a lot easier. Yeah, a jack leg is a different thing. Yeah, I've seen them call her demonetized. Oh, I think I understand what you're talking about, Chris. Suggestive. Yeah. Oh well. But anyhow, I'm not monetized anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ooh, the thumbs up ratio is pretty good. But anyhow, the Hilti is a lot less of a workout. And if it can do the job, it's by far my go-to tool. It's going to cost me $500 to get it fixed, but I think right now they're running 2,000 new. And the other thing, when you're in hard rock, the narrower the edge, the better. You don't want anything that flares out in a big, wide cutting tip or something. No, keep it small. Focus that energy. A Hilti bit, it's a little longer than that, and it's got the like an SDS chuck, but a big gigantic one. They cost like $90. I was really happy to see this for $35. I suspect it won't last long against that rock, but what the heck. And that's the slot. Yeah, there you go. That holds it in the chuck so it doesn't fall out. This particular, the Bosch also has it where you have a ring and the little thing can come around and just hold it with the ring. So there's a couple of different ways, but say it beat me up this weekend. It beat me up. This thing started this long, okay, and broke the tips off twice. So that's basically it. Remember, what you're trying to do is wet. Would you rather chop a log across the grain or split it? What you're trying to do is split it. Another thing you can do that's really important, and I don't know why people do this because it's been so long since I was learning, but quite often they'll be drilling here, they'll be chiseling here, and a chunk comes off. And then they move back. It's like, no, keep going. Because this broke, and typically there's some kind of weakness here, a crack, an incipient crack or something like that. So just keep it hammering. Keep going until you're at full depth. And the only thing that's stopping you is you don't want to get dirt in your chuck and cause excessive wear. Okay? Either that or it just gets too hard. Sometimes you can only take out smaller slices, and then you got to come back and take another set of slices. But keep hammering. Don't keep moving the drill around. Don't keep trying to find the weak spot. There isn't one. If there was, it would just be a piece of cake.
If there was, it would fall on your head.
Put it in a spot that looks like the right spot, close to the edge, where there's someplace for it to go, and just keep hammering at it. And I mean, you may be hammering 2-3 minutes before you get it to break. Yeah, and say I'm trying to take basically full length cuts of the bit. And by the time you do that, you're talking like an 8-inch cut. That's it. You just try and take it all the way back, and then come back and take another one. You know, if you actually get a big drop right here, then you can take a deep, a longer slice, because you got stuff for things to peel off. When you get initially in terms of soft to hard, you'll get stuff that just, it's like dirt. Some of that vein is like dirt. Chris, you were asking me what it's like. Yeah, there are times there where that bit will just sink, just like it was in dirt. And then the next stage, it'll tend to break fairly easy, and you just go in and each time and figure out how big you can work at once in a grid and peel it back. Then you start getting into hard versus resilient. If you're thinking like a dried clay, it's actually fairly tough to go through because it's absorbing the impact. And so that's where you can get stuck bits a lot. But in our case, it looks to me like silicified limonite. This is too fluffy. Yeah, like this stuff here. It'll beat its way in there, but it doesn't tend to split as easily. This is a little harder. You can see how easy it splits. See these sharp edges here? And yeah, this is more of that softer limonite. It's surprisingly hard to break up simply because it just keeps absorbing the shock and turning to dust. You're not trying to crush the rock. You're trying to split off usable sized chunks. Something about that big is convenient. That's why, again, if you can get as much as a 3 or 4 inch slice, that works pretty well. If you start going back too much, you're just going to be sticking your bit. You got to break it, loosen it, kind of shove it out of the way. Like that. Give yourself more room for the next one to break. Eventually it'll pile up on you and you just got to dig it out. I'll do a video on this later. Things have been awful busy. But then when you get into the hard rock, that's when life starts sucking. And that's, again, you're driving down, and you'll feel it. Sometimes it'll just drop. Other times you can feel a change. Listen to the tone of the machine. As it's hammering away, you'll quickly learn what it sounds like when it's hammering something that's not giving and hammering something that is giving. Feel your machine. Is it actually moving? If it's moving, you're making progress. If you're just moving very slowly, try taking a smaller slice. It should, unless it's really tough digging, it should go fairly smoothly. If it isn't, just try taking a smaller slice. I mean, That's just the way it is. And watch the rock, see how it's breaking. It's going to have fracture planes where it's going to like to break. And if you can work that to where you're putting the chisel in the plane and popping it out, in my case, looking down from the top, if I can find my thing here, if here's my nadir here, typically I'll have some wall rock here I've got to take out. And then I've got, some soft stuff here that's kind of crummy wall rock and vein rock mixed together. Some really soft, really nice looking stuff there. Then about 4 to 6 inches of hard silica vein, what we call kryptonite. And then it gets kind of variable over here. But you notice how these are in lines? So if you take this is the softest. If you just take that out and dig it out first, it's ore, so you want to segregate it anyway. And then here, you start breaking it this way, it's got natural planes of cleavage here. And I mean, I'm taking out chunks of rock that big right in there. And then you get to this corner, stick your bit in there and drive it in and spall it off from the wall here. This kryptonite is often too thick. But again, if you put your chisel like this in the middle of it, you can often break half of it off or something like that. And then come back here and break this off. If this is too tough, go ahead and just dig this out, breaking it this way. And then when you got this free, see what you can do in terms of spalling it off in chunks. Try different things. Pretty quickly, the rock will tell you what works and doesn't work. But okay. I believe so. Right there at the creek. We were opening that up, Chris. Yep. And let's say this is not horrible, but it's got horrible spots in it. Most of it isn't too bad. Once you get it opened up a little bit, this particular thing I was working this time, okay, here's the existing decline. We're looking down at the top now, okay, and this is going at about a 60-degree angle, like that. Here's the ladder track that I'm putting in here, and this means I'm taking out this section here. This area, soft and easy. This stuff a little harder, but easy. And then right in here was a hard zone. Across all the rock types, it would get harder, and then it would back off a little bit. And up here in general, it was tough, but not horrible. But this was really tough. I'm thinking there's some extra silica in there binding it together or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's yeah, you could use a hydraulic jack or a oh, what do you call that? Like a jaws of life sort of thing in some cases. But yeah, the in this case, the when I find something that's really hard, now that I have a bunch of drill bits and I'll make sure they get properly sharpened, uh, they'll it'll be. Let's go for the Sierra Blaster quick. Yeah. Well, Lauren's got a porta power, Chris. Um, but remember, you're trying to split the rock away. You're trying to peel it off. When you take a chunk of wood, trying to drive a wedge and split it apart. That's how you try and break the rock. That's why a chisel works much better than a maul point. Depending upon what you've got, David, that might work. For example, if you had this hard vein running through here, and you could dig both sides of it, then you could put a jack of the appropriate size, one way or the other. Again, it's brittle in tension. You can also sometimes just take a sledgehammer. Make sure you use really good eye protection and a gorget. Okay, when you're hammering quartz hard, little razor sharp flakes can come off of there, and you don't want them to hit you in the throat and cut you. So you need something around your throat to protect it too. But sometimes, yeah, a good sledgehammer will do an amazing job of getting that initial break that you need. I don't think it was silica flood. It was kind of reinforced with silica, I think. Whatever. Again, I'm not a mineralogist, but it is just tougher than bejesus. And it's very, very frustrating. But if it wasn't for those hard spots, we could move fairly fast. We get into decent digging. I bet you even I could move 3 or 4 tons a day. You know? Yeah, that's my guess, Rock. So, I say we got a situation that's doable. The nice thing about this is that it's no explosives, you know, and therefore the Sierra Blaster doesn't count as explosives no more than a ram set is an explosive device. It uses a pyrotechnic charge.
I wanted an earth-shattering kaboom.
An earth-shattering kaboom, huh? Yeah, I took you out to the mine that one time, the big copper mine, and did you have fun?
No.
No. Okay. Yes, the earth-shattering. Yeah, those chips can be also. If you are swinging a sledgehammer, okay, at a piece of hard rock, here you have stick figure Keith. Here, my arms, and if you have a rock like this, you want the hammer to hit so the head is kind of like this, so that the chips will not fly towards your head. If you were to hit this rock like this, well, you'd have to actually got a rock here, a hammerhead here, like that. See, these chips can now come up towards your head, and this is a very vulnerable area for flying razor sharp things. By getting this angle here and keeping it at an angle, so when you're smashing it, you wind up like this with the hammer more out. It's a lot more protective. It can't come through the hammerhead and get you, but stuff can go flying, and it can be really painful and or dangerous. Yeah, I tend to bleed without noticing it myself, Chris. Yeah, I would agree, Chris. Silicious center. Yep. The vein itself has veinlets of silica. in them, heavily mineralized. It's not like pure little white quartz veins. But I mean, you will, when you're drilling, you'll find, why is that one spot not punching out? And then you find out real quick, well, because it's a little veinlet about that wide. Hey, Jeff. No plans on that, Jeff. Sorry. We're real busy up here, trying to get a lot done this summer, and hopefully we'll get as much as we can, and it'll be adequate for our purposes. We'd like to process like 50 tons of ore, and we're behind schedule, so we shall see. Couldn't tell you, Rock. Yep. And again, we may have multiple, well, we certainly have multiple events. The question is, are they closely associated in time or radically different in time, too? I wouldn't know. But I say it's amazing to me when I get somebody who's never used a jackhammer before. They just, well, I guess I just put it against the rock and it's supposed to break. It's like, no, it doesn't work. Not unless it's pretty soft. Pretty soft, you can do almost anything to it, and it'll work fine. Yeah, so hopefully that, I want that vein by the decline to continue all the way back to the ladder track. Then life will be easy because that breaks easy, real easy. Hey, Gold Pandan. So that's basically what's happening there. The mill, yeah, hopefully by the end of this week, I'll have all the expansion in place. And hopefully within the next few weeks, we'll figure out what to do on the resin. We've got Lawrence in Tucson working on elution ideas, since he is actually an process engineer that used to work in the copper mining industry. And seems to know what he's doing. So he's working on some stuff. And we've got me and Javier and Chris and Tricky Dicky working on furnacing the resin and getting the gold that way. Certainly, furnacing is perfectly economical if we can just do it efficiently in large quantities. Right now, the process that we're using, essentially fire assaying, is not amenable to big scale up, especially the Q-pilling part. Little one, you're not going to have a $10 million smelter, you know. Let's say it doesn't matter how big your equipment is. The matter is, if it takes 200 grams of stuff to make 10 grams of gold, it's not very efficient. We need to be able to ash the resin, and that right there reduces it by what, a factor of 80, 90%? Over 90%. Now it becomes fairly efficient. Oh, you're welcome to come by and take a look, Rock. Say it's also interesting to see how the pack rat structure is so different from the perpendicular vein structure. I also was much happier with my next protect you from falling rocks deck. I got it in there nicer. I'm sure you could, David. There are lots and lots of techniques that knowledgeable people with big budgets can do that I can't. Now, Rock Butcher, he probably knows a lot more techniques than I do. But again, is the customer paying for it, sort of thing. If necessary, Yes, Gold Pandan. The thing is, the Sierra Blaster is low productivity. Anything that is tough for my Hilti to break um, is hard on bits, and you're going to need a fair amount of charges and things like that. It's not like you're drilling, inch and a quarter holes and sticking dynamite in there. And the Sierra Blaster is good for getting us past those spots that the demo hammer really has trouble with. I mean, real trouble. In most of that rock, let me think for a minute. 2 minutes, 200 pounds. Towards the edge of the decline, where it's relatively soft. So I got, I can break on the order of 1,000 to 1,500 pounds an hour with a demo hammer. And so it's a much more efficient way until you reach the point where it's no longer able to really beat the rock into submission. And then you got to sit there and say, okay, so I got to go get another tool. I've got to drill some holes. That takes time. I got to set the charges. I got to exfiltrate, set off the charges, come back in, get all the wire and blast heads and stuff out of the way, and get back to work. That takes a lot of time compared to just chink, chink. And if I can break the rock with a demo hammer reasonably efficiently, that's going to be a lot better than the Sierra Blaster. Um, and the big bottleneck with the Sierra Blaster is the drilling. Because, again, if my Hilti and this Bosch can't chew it up fairly easily, it's some tough stuff, tougher than your average concrete. And so that's when drilling it becomes a real problem too. Yeah, that would be cool, Kristen. And I'm getting now what I call red kryptonite. I don't know if I have a chunk of it here. Yeah, this is pretty good. Okay. I call this stuff red kryptonite, although this is more porous than most of it. But it's basically a silica matrix with obviously a lot of iron staining in it and some other mineralization. And there's a lot of this in the vein, and the assays were pretty good. That's correct, Chris. Concrete ain't tough at all. Yeah, that is amazing, Goldstream, isn't it? Yeah, and that's just it, Dan. You just kind of listen to the rock, and sometimes, I say, you may find an area that's really hard and difficult, but if you come at it from the right direction, it'll break. And you go, okay, so as long as I do this, I can make this work. And I hope I don't have to start taking the Bosch on a regular basis because it's just a beast. But I may have to. Hey, Shaggy, how's it going? We'll just see how it works out. But yeah, it definitely, as Jeff Williams said, who needs to go to the gym? Just be a gold miner? Yeah, that's right, Jeff. But so these beasts will really beat you up. It's not like the tools he's got. He's got a what is it? An earthquake maybe from Harbor Freight or something. I mean, it's a decent little hammer, but compared to the Hilti or the Bosch, yeah, it's not nearly as violent. But you'll notice with his stuff, he's got that caliche, and it'll just peel right off. Again, he's taking a slice off. And that's good technique. Just taking that slice, and then another slice, and another slice. His is easy digging compared to what I've got to do. Luckily, I'm sinking, whereas he's going horizontally. That makes it a little harder on him. I don't know, Chris. Mine are usually covered with debris from the previous lift. And I like, whenever possible, leaving the debris there. It may sound counterintuitive, but first of all, if you're sinking through an inch and a half or so of compacted debris from where you were walking before, it tends to collar the bit a bit. It tends to hold it in place while you're going down. It also prevents rock fragments from flying everywhere, and it also holds down the dust. So if you can get away with that, just do it. You don't need to clean the rock before you take your next lift out. It has a number of advantages. Better catch him quick, Gold Pan. So those are some of the tips. But I say that what I usually see people doing wrong is, first of all, they're going at it kind of randomly and expecting to just break the rock from the surface down. You know what I mean? You're going to peel it off layer by layer. And I've lost quite a few pounds of debris down that shaft. When you're working close to the edge, you break something loose, which way is it going to go? So yeah, that some of it does go down there. It'll be picked up later. But so that's the thing I've seen. People will, and they expect it to break in 3 or 4 seconds. It's like, no, you got to keep hammering it. Just and you'll find out again what works with that rock or doesn't work. And let's say you've got a hammer for 20 seconds, 3 inches back from the face, and then it'll usually split. And now you're at a minute and it hasn't split. Pick it up, move it halfway to the face, start again, see what happens. And the other thing, when you got a piece of rock here like this. This is almost life size here. That's a face that you're working. Now, if you try and take this chunk out here by doing this, it's just going to skip off. So this is where you put your boot. Right here. Lay it up against there. Drive it in. Once it's chipped out a notch, this notch, then you start taking and angling this bit like this as it keeps going. And this notch will get bigger and bigger. And then by the time you've got, like maybe this much here, by then you're kind of angling back like this and trying to spall this off. Once it breaks loose, then you can come up here, do the same thing. Like this, and you get kind of a curved face. And you come in, sink it in here, you're driving it, this will break off, and this chunk will break off. And now you're trying to head into the center of the earth, that's not going to break off, so you got to angle it a little bit and spall it, and then do the next one, like that. And by doing it that way, you can get a nice, in reasonable ground, you get a nice steady production. He'll just break up and break up and break up. Oh, I'm only taking it in about 8 inch lifts, Shaggy. Yeah, like carving a turkey. And I'm not worried too much about that last little bit at the edge. I'll come actually back from the edge a bit and start breaking some stuff up. And then I'll reach out with a rock hammer and rake it towards me. And hi, Mr. Virtue. And once I get it back from the edge, then I can get it in the buckets and ship it to surface and like that. Say I'll lose some, no big deal. It's not going to fly away. The pack rats aren't going to steal it, you know. And so
you underestimate pack rats there.
if the pack rats are stealing the gold, we just got to bribe them. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Uh, yeah, just email it to me and as long as I know Chris wants to get it, I'll just forward it. If I don't know what's going on, I'll ask him and go from there. Yeah. Say, haven't had too much problems with the pack rats this year because we're not leaving anything in there they can really get to. Anything that they could get to is put in a covered bucket. Most of the tools are taken home. They're just too expensive to leave. It takes us typically about 2 hours from the time we show up on site to the time we're ready to start mining. It typically takes us 3 to 3.5 hours from the time we start packing up to the time we get everything loaded, all the buckets and everything else. Thanks, Rock. Not that I'm aware of, Chris. If so, I think I will be breeding them and harvesting their teeth. But the packing up takes longer. First of all, over the next day or so, when we start mining, you have to get the head frame up, get the carriage on, get the high line in, get the extension cords laid out, get the generator set and running, and get a demo hammer up there. As time goes on over the weekend, we may be hauling more tools up there, like uh, my power tool, my impact wrench, the drill, and stuff, battery powered stuff there, the Sierra Blaster. I mean, if we haven't used a Sierra Blaster for a couple of trips, this was the first one, but it's down there in camp. I don't bother throwing it on the quad and bringing it up if I'm not going to use it or don't think I'm going to use it. With the power tools, I almost always use them. So I take the toolkit and just set it at the base of the little walking path. And if I don't need it, I don't need it. If I do, it's right there. Constantly making trips. If you're hauling ore down, you can always bring something back up. Bring back empty buckets and stuff like that. And it's easier to get stuff piled up there over time than to take it down all at once. So the packing up, and also typically at the end of the gig, we'll have a pile of, got it, Rock. Are you sampling daily as you go? Just a second, David. We'll typically have a bunch of buckets of ore stacked up that have to be hauled down, loaded up on the trailer, and et cetera. So it's just a longer process, 3.5 hours to pack up. Are you sampling daily as you go? No, David, we're taking about 18 inches to 2-foot slices every weekend. We're processing at 1,500 pounds a time. And as we're pulverizing it, we're taking continuous sample at that time, and then we split that sample down. Typically, about 10% of the material we pulverize gets split down into a sample for the lab. That 1,500 pounds is represented by one assay, and then once we've digested the ore and we dump that solution, that slurry on the pad, we've also sampled that solution at the end. That gives us a percent recovery of the assay value. I say, so we're sampling about every 1,500 pounds, and it's a very good sample of 1,500 pounds because all the stuff has contributed. Yes, Chris, we keep notes basically of the elevation they were taken out of. Again, because they're within a foot or so, it's like, okay, this is 15 foot down the ladder track right there. And that gives us a good idea. I think I'm going to have to start sampling the back too, because I mean that vein's 4 foot wide in the back there. So I think we're going to need to take some sampling there too. We also ran into a different rock type last week, so we bucketed that in some separate stuff, crushed it, sent a split off to the lab to get an idea there. Every time you see something different, you got to sample it, see what's going on. Okay, Rock, let me see if I can get your email here. Oh, by the way, Jim is not here today because he got his ass kicked by the heat, so he's recuperating. He's not seriously ill, but he just feeling kind of peakedy. So let's see. Okay, so you want me to forward this to Chris? Oh, nice fish, dude. Forward. Chris Georgie. Sent. Are those salmon or big trout, Rock? 2 lake trout, huh? Yeah. I try and run my samples from stockpile so that I can have a good idea where that particular rock came from. Like the last sample we sent off was 1/4 from, what was it? 1/4 from 12 feet, 1/4 from 13 feet, and 1/2 from 14 feet, something like that. Yeah, those are some nice rocks. And I mean, nice fish rock, 35 and 27 pound lake trout. Yep. So, yeah, we're keeping a good map, but I think I want to start mapping that back too. I can take samples and set them to the side for now. I can take some buckets from these catch benches, catch decks that I'm building. Be easy to sample the back. There's times where it'd be easy to sample the back while we're just working under it. I should be doing that, marking the buckets, crushing them separate, splitting them down, and throw that material into the raw ore basically from the stockpile. But this way we can map the back also. I have a feeling that back is juicy too. I'm not sure.
You mean the place they keep telling you we gotta go?
Yeah. I didn't forward any attachments. Well, let me see here. There's a YouTube video. Shows. Let's try it again. See if it works this time, Chris. You know how YouTube is. Say, but by doing that, we'll get a sample of the top and the bottom of the decline as we go, and have a good idea in the future. I mean, in the long run, we may want to work up too. The ridge is going up above the decline, and the decline is going down, and the back is in ore. However, there's also what I call the upper decline above us, and we might work down from there, you know, and we'll just have to see what's there. But we want to, I mean, while we're there, we might as well find out what's there and get us a better idea of what's exactly going on. We could not find any records on it, at least we haven't. Zioxio spent some time searching over there in Butte. He found the mine, but he didn't find any detailed information at all. So, such is life. Um, but yeah, we're mapping this out as we go. Eva's gathering a lot of data and putting it in a recoverable form. You know, um, where is the back is the stuff over here. What would we call a ceiling in a house? That's called the back. The sides are called the rib. What you would normally call a wall. And then underneath you is the road, the belly, the floor. I mean, there's that's variable. But the sides are the ribs. Above you is the back. And whenever you are going down this, say, you can see it's just 4 foot wide of mineralized rock. Um, Chris says the breast is the working face or the back.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, that's the back. Those are the ribs. That's the floor. Chris and I were having a tough time figuring exactly how to describe it because we're in a decline and this and that and the other. It's like, well, that if it was you were talking about the vein, you would be going partly along strike and partly along dip, and so terminology got a little bit strange. But we worked it out so we understood what we were saying, although we may not have been phrasing it precisely. But if in China, oh, racist, evil white man. But anyhow, so say we can clearly see mineralized rock overhead. I am not experienced in what they call overhand mining, and the tools they normally use I don't have. For example, jackleg drills, stopers, things like that. In a case like that, you have to build platforms you work from, and obviously they better be built right or you're going to go for a very interesting but very short ride. So I'll yeah, I say I'm building it in such a way that we can get to it later if we need to, Rock. That's the idea. The platforms I'm putting in there are strong enough for just ordinary working on. You know, you can walk on them, you can do stuff like that. And so if the sampling as we go down indicates that we want to take that out, then we'll be in shape to do it. You know? Yeah. Say it in underground mining, you're working in 3 dimensions. Sometimes going up makes sense, sometimes going down, sometimes going sideways. It all depends on the situation. So there's techniques for everything. I am not an experienced overhand miner. I don't feel comfortable doing it, but I feel comfortable putting in the catch uh, decks to keep us safe from falling rocks, and feel comfortable that we can work from those enough to take samples and such. Oh yeah, I know you have to build something more solid than what I've got anchored in. But from what I've, from what I'm working, you could probably say get the equipment to properly anchor in a good solid platform. I mean, I'm basically just wedging in stoles between vertical walls, and you'd really want something to anchor, or cut some good solid sockets in there, something, you know. And as I say, it's just, you know, it's unforgiving. That's the word I was looking for. And I prefer doing something where I feel much more comfortable until needed. So I'm leaving it open so that we can get to it later if needed. Yeah, Rock, that wouldn't be much fun working under an ugly back. This stuff seems to be at least well enough stuck together that you can mine it safely if you leave a good arch. Um, I think even the little mini Hilti is working decently on that. Yeah, see, that's it. And you're going to want to anchor, drive some anchors into the wall rock, stuff like that. Just not set up for that now. Don't need to worry about it now. So I'm not going to worry about it now. I just put up those decks and we'll go from there. But we can sample as we go down. We're in the area now where it's clearly ore above us. And so we should be sampling that as we go. Another thing we can do too is we can always mark it with paint. Um, we're at right now my 20-foot sample, and let's see. My eyes are getting worse, unfortunately. Yeah, we should be in some pretty good ore right now, because I'm right at that spot there. Paint mark is right there. But that's another thing when you're sampling is paint. You know, just paint the rock and say, this is where I took the sample. And it'll be there a long time. You can come back 10 years later in many cases, and there's where the sample was. I don't know. I haven't ridden in a barrel, although I have hung from a sling. I mean, I had a um, rappelling harness on that just lowered us down on a winch. I don't like shifty ladders, Rock. I had one fail suddenly underneath me with no warning. Luckily, I wasn't up too high, and I wound up hitting right, so I didn't have a scratch on me. But it was quite shocking to suddenly just drop 6 feet when it didn't look that rotten at all. It was. Yeah. No, you're right, Chris. There's lots of different ways, but I should start sampling the back too and setting those samples aside. And when Eva's getting to where she's fire assaying, then we can, assay them then, save time. You don't need carbide for aluminum, Chris. Hello, Ez and Lee. Um, Ez and Elizabeth. Yep. Laura. Okay. Ezekiel, I believe. Glad to see you. Today we're talking about what you need to bust through rock. uh, so I'm keeping it simple for now, and I feel very comfortable doing what I'm doing at the moment. I haven't got one of those yet. I also want to have a series of those little tools for scratch testing, and I want to get a set of those. I'm not sure what they are now. Before they were reasonable, less than $100. that was nice. Oh, yeah, hardness test scribes. Yep, exactly. Oh, I once made a little pendant for myself. If anyone wants to produce this, I get 10%. I had a street plate, about 1 inch square on one side. On the other side, I just had a round magnet. I had an eye here, so it could hang from a lanyard. Then I had a brass brazing rod point there, a steel point here, and a piece of quartz crystal sticking out there. So I had a street plate, 3 different hardnesses, and a magnet, all in a little pendant I just wore around my neck. It worked real well because those are some critical hardnesses. I mean, if you can scratch it with brass, it's pretty soft. It's a soft calcite maybe or something, or softer than that. With steel, you might be able to scratch like feldspar or whatever. If you got to get up to the quartz, yeah, it gets a little bit more. Anyhow, oh, I bet you rock. I'm just a plain old country boy that's kettle corn cook, and you know, still got to get all my fancy tools and stuff. Right now, I'm spending all my money on crap like this, but having a good time. I will be very happy when this heat mellows out. I am assured that this will not last through winter, although it's a good question. What is the temperature going to be for the foreseeable future? Let's see. Woo! This weekend's only going to be in the 80s. Friday 85, Saturday 86, Sunday 92. Yeah, this is pretty hot for down here, up here, I guess. You know? Yeah, Rock, well, I'm just a tinkerer, you know? I'm just that kind of guy. I'm always, why doesn't somebody make a lot of times they do, I just don't know about it. And the other times, like, well, I guess I got to make another freaking tool. Like this Star Mall, which wasn't working. So, okay, I'll just cut 2 lands off. Screw it. Regular Mall wasn't a chisel. It is now. Uh, that's the way my life is. Oh my goodness. The only time I got lucky was meeting Eva. Oh, everything else has been a fight. Oh. Anyhow, any questions, anybody? It's about time for me to do some caffeine here. BRB. Not sure, Rock. Just been it's going to be a busy summer. If we get the mining thing, okay. What's the width of the working floor now? About 30 inches, 36 inches in places. And I'm trying to widen it out just a little bit because we're at, right below me, the ribs are 36 to 42 inches apart, and the vein is at least 25 of those. So it looks like one of the ribs is kind of the hard original wall rock, and there's a little bit of brecciated material, and then there's the vein, and then the other wall. So that's I'm widening it out a little bit right now. In order to get the ladder track down, I need a minimum of about 30 inches to give a couple inches on each side of the cart, you know. But I'm keeping it fairly narrow because the vein's only to that wide, you know. Don't need to mine any more waste than I got to mine. I'm guessing this is that Trump guy wanting money again. Oh, man. He's hitting me up for some cash. Well, sorry. But anyhow, so yeah, about 30 inches right now. That's going to increase, I say, to something over 40. And it's going pretty smoothly. Pretty happy. Does the vein run all the way down? It's the digging the tunnel part, smoking. If we were to dig a tunnel to the bottom, I'm kind of diagram this because there's a spot where we may put in a tunnel here in the not too distant future. Let's say here's the side of the hill, and there's a dozer road and the side of the hill. Right here, they took a little chunk. Here's this decline going here. Okay. And there's a tunnel in here. And then it goes that way. So if we were to complete this, we would have to dig roughly 50 feet of tunnel. Now 50 feet of tunnel times, let's say, keep plenty of room, 48 inches, 4 feet wide times 6.5 feet high. And what does that work out to? Get the calculator quick. Chris Berger already got it done, but I'm not going to pay any attention to him. 1,300 cubic feet divided by 27 equals 48 cubic yards times 2.25. 108 tons of rock to go through with no ore. Okay, so all that is going to cost money and yield no return at the present. At our current ability to break, and by the way, it's harder to work sideways with a demolition hammer than down. Trust me on that one. So, assuming 3 tons per week, it would only take us 36 weeks to start mining. Plus, we'd also have to get permits and stuff, probably. Now, if you were to go on the bottom, down here, you have to build a road. That would definitely require permitting. And you're now looking at, I don't know, 10 times the amount. 1,000 tons, 360 weeks. 360 divided by 7 years before you get started. Yeah, the other thing is, if we're down here and we start sinking along this vein this way, then we may wind up close enough where it starts making more sense too. We'll find out. Right now, we're trying to stay in ore. Every time we move a foot, we move ore. It's not 100%, but hopefully it'll get close to it. And I can see somebody getting ready to do her report here. And I will take a short break.
Howdy, everybody. My. So, how are we other than the whole heat wave thing and, Lake Mead dropping some more and stuff like that? Hi, Chris. Hi, Shaggy. Hi, Jeff. Hi, David. Hi, Rock Butcher. Yeah, you see tinfoil. Hi, Mr. Virtue. I'm still contemplating using an umbrella, some copper wire, and some tinfoil and making this radical looking parabola dish to duct tape to the top of that head frame. It probably wouldn't increase my cell phone production, but it sure would look good. Hi, Lauren. How are you? Lucky you, David. It's a little bit warm here. Hi, Smokin'. Well, as we all know, we are not in a recession. We are in a transition. Yes, indeed, the economy is transitioning. The goddess wonders, are we trans recession, trans depression, or what? But Paul Krugman had a wonderful theory today.
Transgender.
The reason we're having inflation is because Lord Malarkey's economy was booming so hard and running so great that this was a consequence. The economy just grew too fast. It was positively historic. I guess I missed it. Hi, Ezekiel and Laura. Mexico. Cool. Yeah, metal colander on top of hard hat. Now that might work too. Oh, come on, Rock Butcher. Just gotta ruin all my fun, huh? And here I was thinking I could channel the great Benjamin Franklin. After all, he did things with umbrellas and lightning and stuff, huh? So, we have noticed that metals are still somewhat in the doldrums. Just one of the other very strange things about this recession slash depression slash slow moving economic collapse that we're all definitely enjoying. I will say, we are definitely enjoying this. This is a new and fascinating experience, this whole transitional economy thing going on. We shall see. Well, Shaggy, I'm thinking the same thing. That's why I'm figuring, just one of those nice collapsible umbrellas. You open it up, it's lined with tin foil, and you've got this nice little copper tube or whatever sticking out the middle. So it looks like one of those radio telescope type, dishy type things. And then you kind of gorilla tape it to the head frame. It wouldn't be high enough to attract lightning, I don't think. And it's not like we get lightning very often up there anyway. And my eyes already glow. Thank you very much. So let's see if there's any interesting news in mining this week. Well, globally, apparently, more is being spent on coal than copper mining. For those who missed the bulletin on this issue, mining runs in boom and bust cycles. So it's a very good idea to keep an eye on our large polymetallic copper mines at this time, especially the world-class ones. Because if we start seeing them recording losses, as a few have this week, and serious production lags not due to geopolitics, as a few have in the last month, or even worse, we hear of some going into care and maintenance, which thankfully is not happening yet, that's going to be a very bad thing. Just, so you know. Just one of those very bad things. New data from Industrial Info Resources shows 4,790 metals and minerals capital projects, including mining, processing, and refining, with a combined investment value of $443 billion, are currently under construction around the world. A further 10,586 projects are under active planning and engineering for a combined total of 1.11 trillion with a T dollars. Joe Govreau, VP of Research at Industrial Info Resources, says that is an 8% increase from the preceding period as projects delayed by the pandemic are being restarted. Mining projects from early exploration through to construction make up half the global total. The top 7 miners have now upped capital outlays by more than 50% from the depths of the industry downturn in 2017. Govreau sees no reason why expenditures won't continue to be elevated for the next several years or more as companies look to increase production to meet expected demand growth from the energy transition. I don't know. There's a whole lot of this trans culture going on these days. I have to wonder about this. The decarbonization revolution is not off to a great start, though. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Not if you compare investments in the worst of the fossil fuels in terms of emissions, coal, with that of copper, without which there simply is no green energy transition at all. Copper's metal intensity, kilograms required per megawatt produced, of renewable energy sources like solar and wind is nowhere near that of coal or gas. To generate 1 megawatt of offshore wind energy, around 8.2 tons of copper have to be installed. Think about that. And they spelled tons, Tonnes, which is the big kind. Okay? The same figure for coal is 882 kilograms. So let's see here. Offshore eco-crucifixes, changing local weather patterns, killing migratory birds, and doing other disgusting things, require 8.2 tons of copper to be installed. The same figure to get the same amount of electricity from coal is 882 kilograms. Now, perhaps the government and the non-governmental organizations and the eco-terrorists use different math than the goddess. But if the goddess's math is even semi-correct, that implies, oh heaven forbid, that a megawatt of energy from a coal plant is a whole hell of a lot more efficient than a megawatt of energy from a wind turbine farm. I'm sure that's wrong. That couldn't possibly be right. I mean, after all, everyone says that green power is greener. Okay? So, obviously, this is wrong, but, what can you do? According to one study, in order to reach net zero by 2050, 19 million tons of additional copper need to be delivered. That implies a new La Escondida, the world's largest corporation by a large margin, must be discovered and enter production every year for the next 20 years. Well, that definitely seems doable now, don't it? Oh, totally. And of course, we're going to ignore the need for the cobalt, the lithium, the palladium, the nickel, the silver, and everything else that may or may not be included in these mythical, brand new, world-class copper mines that come online every year without fail for 20 years. IIR tracks 708 copper projects with construction kickoff in 22-23 around the globe. The combined value of these projects, which includes mining, processing, and smelting, is $68.5 billion. Currently, Chile leads the chart with 123 projects. China's got 119, Russia's got 24, Indonesia's got 35, the US has 91, but they're really, really little ones. DRC has 8, Mongolia, Australia, Ecuador, Mexico, Peru, Iran, Vietnam, Canada, and Kazakhstan. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, Chile is the world's largest copper producer and reserves holder, leads the way with 123 projects worth 18.3 billion, followed by China boasting 119 projects with a combined value of 13 billion, and Russia, which is spending 12.7 billion on 24 new copper projects. In contrast, the US is spending 3.8 billion. So let's see here. Okay. While Canadian spending on new copper ventures is a paltry 481 million. Really now, that's a little depressing. Behind Iran and Vietnam.
Get to work,
GoPro also points to Peru, the world's #2 producer, which is spending only 602 million after pandemic lockdowns and social unrest brought developments to a standstill. In contrast to copper, coal has a pipeline of 1,863 projects around the globe with a value of 80.8 billion with a B dollars. GoPro says coal consumption and production jumped over the past year on the back of increased demand for power generation and steel making. Consumption of metallurgical coal is expected to be strong again this year. The Chinese ban on Australian coal is a boost for swing suppliers. U.S. coal exports were up 26% from last year, says GoPro. Asian nations are also upping investment in coal mining, and in contrast to Europe and the U.S., more coal-fired plants are being built than being retired. That sounds like a very practical idea. China derives 65% of its electricity from coal, has vast amounts of reserves, and is heavily investing in consolidating and automating its coal mines to supply its massive power generation fleet. Coal mining is also attracting investment in the near term because soaring gas prices makes it a cheaper alternative for electricity generation. So once again, it looks like this whole green energy transition is going to run straight into a hard wall of reality at something approaching a significant percentage of the speed of light at the rate we're going. The goddess is not surprised, though the goddess is rather annoyed. But what can one expect? And in other news, as we all know, J.P. Morgan has been in court again. This is not the first time. This will not be the last time. Well, we are all shocked, I tell you, and absolutely appalled. Apparently, they were manipulating and spoofing paper gold prices. Now, the goddess seems to recall that this is not the first time they have been involved in a gold price fixing and manipulation scandal. And for some bizarre and unaccountable reason, nobody went to jail, and the fines paid were minuscule, and most of them never got paid in the first place. And oddly enough, J.P. Morgan and Bank of America, the other really big offender in this department, other than Goldman Sachs, of course, are both still effectively the entire COMEX market. Yeah. So nothing new at all there, but let's see what's going on when it comes to JP Morgan and their trial. The trial of JP Morgan Chase & Company's former head of precious metals has offered unprecedented insights into the trading desk that dominates the global gold market. Michael Nowak, who ran precious metals trading at JP Morgan for over a decade, is being tried in Chicago, along with colleagues Greg Smith and Jeffrey Rufo, for conspiring to manipulate gold and silver markets. But of course, that couldn't possibly be accurate because, as we all know, the manipulation of gold and silver markets, paper or physical, is absolutely impossible, totally unprecedented, completely immoral, never ever happens, and it's a vast conspiracy theory. So this trial is a figment of somebody's imagination, but it's pretty interesting fiction anyway, now isn't it? Jeffrey Rufo for conspiring to manipulate gold and silver markets. The focus is now on the jury, which began deliberations late Friday, but the proceedings have shown a new light on the inner workings of the business, from its profitability and market shares to its largest clients. The court was shown internal figures detailing the bank's annual profits from precious metals, the first time such detailed information has ever been made public. My, how convenient. JP Morgan's earnings reports don't break out the results from the precious metals desk or even its broader commodities unit. A spokesperson declined to comment on the disclosures in the trial. Now, I wonder why it is that that information isn't segregated out. I mean, I don't know about you, but when the goddess is selling a product line of things and has multiple income streams, the goddess likes to know and see nicely laid out exactly how much money she makes from each individual income stream. Apparently, banks just don't think that way. How bizarre. In summary, the business is a consistent moneymaker for JP Morgan. Well, derp. Notching up annual profits between 109 million and 234 million a year between 2008 and 2018. Really? How much you want to bet the fines, if they get any, are going to be a very, very fractional percent of that? Maybe even as small as the fractional money that the FDIC has covering their bank deposits, which would make it less than 1.3%, by the way. The lion's share of that comes from trading in financial markets, but the bank does plenty of physical business as well. Trading and transporting physical precious metals makes the bank about 30 million a year on average. Wow. Still, the profits disclosed in the trial have been overshadowed more recently. In 2020, JP Morgan made $1 billion with a B in precious metals as the pandemic created unprecedented arbitrage opportunities. So that's what they're calling it now. So it's not fraud and it's not illegal market manipulation, it's an arbitrage opportunity. How nice of them to update their definitions, according to people familiar with the matter. JP Morgan holds tens of billions of dollars in gold in vaults in London, New York, and Singapore. It is one of four clearing members of the London market, where global gold prices are set by buying and selling metal held in a few London vaults, including JP Morgan's and the Bank of England's. Now, this is interesting. The goddess seems to remember way back in, when was it? 2007, 2008, sometime during the Obama regime. There was a very large scandal where the LIBOR and the Bank of England and other people were not only manipulating interest rates, but they were also manipulating the gold and silver markets. Since then, approximately 74 international financiers who formerly worked for JP Morgan, Chase, and Goldman Sachs, and a few others, have conveniently committed suicide. But I'm sure that that's just a conspiracy theory, too. So, obviously. JP Morgan is the biggest player among a small group of bullion banks, really now, that dominate the precious metals markets. And internal documents presented by prosecutors provided a glimpse of just how dominant a role the bank has played. In 2010, for example, 40% of all transactions in the gold market were cleared by JP Morgan. JP Morgan's top precious metals employees on the desk were remunerated handsomely, and some jurors audibly gasped when the court was told how much the defendants had earned. Rufo, the bank's hedge fund salesman, I wonder how many of the 47 hedge funds that own over 70% of the money in the world he worked with, was paid $10.5 million from 2008 to 2016. Smith, the top gold trader, got $9.9 million. Nowak, their boss, made most of all, $23.7 million over the same period. The goddess has to wonder if any of these people had the sense to take their pay and turn it into physical gold and silver. The goddess doubts it. They seem to be rather addicted to very pretty toilet paper. Their pay was linked to the profits they made for the bank. FBI agent Mark Troiano, citing internal JP Morgan data, told the court the total profit allocated to Rufo from 2008 to 2016 was 70.3 million. So yeah, he got a good cut. Smith generated about 117 million over the same period. Wow, he didn't negotiate a very good deal then. While Nowak made the bank 186 million, including 44 million in 2016 alone. Really? Hedge funds like More Capital, Tudor Investment Group, and George Soros' eponymous firm were among the desk's most important clients. Soros. Soros. Hmm. Soros. Does that name sound familiar to anyone? I could swear that I've heard that name somewhere before. Hmm. Getting access to those clients was the main reason for retaining Rufo after the bank's acquisition of Bear Stearns, according to ex-trader Christian Truns, who testified against his former bosses and referred to Rufo as the best salesman on Wall Street. Being a top client of JP Morgan came with the perks. Employees at the funds could be provided free tickets to the US Open, according to messages involving Nowak shown during the trial. Oh, wow. I'm just blown by the generosity of that perk. You're manipulating billions and trillions of dollars and stealing from millions and billions of real people in various ways. And you're getting free tickets to the US Open. The goddess is agog. The goddess is absolutely overcome. It's just so amazing and generous, really. Another set of important clients were central banks. Hmm, central banks, which trade gold for their reserves and are among the biggest players in the bullion market. At least 10 central banks held their metal in vaults run by JP Morgan in 2010, according to documents disclosed in court. The goddess is very much looking forward to seeing what the jury has to say about this, always assuming that the jury doesn't spontaneously decide to commit mass suicide, though I'm sure that would never, ever, in a million years happen. After all, it's not like this trial is in any way important when it comes to highlighting the need for actual oversight of thieves or highlighting the need for an actual physical audit of the Fed and Fort Knox. And it probably wouldn't hurt to audit the COMEX vaults and possibly even JP Morgan's. Because the goddess really does have to wonder. With the current state of paper silver versus the physical, right now, according to the US debt clock, the silver to paper ratio is standing at 460.26 to 1, which is an all-time high. And the paper to gold ratio is standing at 114.55 to 1. So the goddess does wonder just how much there really is in those vaults, Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is.
No, Mr. Virtue, the goddess does not believe in CBDC. The goddess does not have CBDC in her worldview. The goddess will refuse to comply with CBDC in any way, shape, form, period, end of story, because it's not constitutional. That's all there is to it. Until they pass an amendment, they can stuff it. Okay. That said, I still have some random Bitcoin and some Satoshis and Litoshis and a few Doge coins sitting over in Coinbase that I haven't bothered trying to get out because of late Coinbase has been getting more and more complaints from their customers that they've been deleting from online as fast as possible because apparently they don't realize that, unlike digital currencies in some cases, the internet is forever. Those complaints all have a disturbingly common theme. People are finding it difficult to get their cryptocurrencies out of their Coinbase account and into their bank account, which is a very strange thing. That's just, that's just the way it is. But while the goddess does see some applications for appropriate digital currencies that are not CBDCs, that are not run through CFIs, that are indeed decentralized and are indeed private, which is now proving to be a very rare thing indeed, we must fight to the end to ensure that there are no central bank digital currencies, period. Do not comply. These things are, quite frankly, an abomination. And the goddess does not use that word lightly. Gold prices rise, sort of, to 4-week high ahead of fresh U.S. economic data. Well, at the moment, for those who are curious, by the way, the gold price was at 1777 and 70 cents, and silver closed at $20.31. So things are looking marginally positive. Let's put it that way. Gold rose to the highest since early July as investors waited on fresh data to be released on the state of the U.S. economy and the potential pace for interest rate hikes. Bullion rose 2.2% last week, pairing a fourth monthly decline, and continued to climb on Monday as the risk of a recession cooled expectations for how sharply the Federal Reserve will raise rates to tame inflation. The U.S. is due to release key employment data this week, which they did. And by the way, even as fudged as it was very depressing. With July jobless claims coming Thursday and non-farm payrolls on Friday. The labor market remains extremely tight. Gee, I wonder why. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said last week, referencing a near record number of job openings and historically low unemployment. Oh, the goddess has a few theories about that one. We shall get to that. But the economy is losing momentum. It is the goddess's belief that if this economy loses any more momentum, then we're going to be going at negative the speed of light by a considerable fraction. And the goddess doesn't even know if that's physically possible. This requires some thought and some intuition. Thursday showed a second straight decline in gross domestic product. Oh, really? Gold may benefit from a flight to safe havens. Craig Erlam, a senior market analyst at Oanda, said in a note, citing extremely high inflation and the likelihood of more rate hikes. Still, there's a concern that demand for gold jewelry may fall amid weaker economic growth in some of the biggest markets, according to the World Gold Council, which singled out potentially weak consumption in China and India. Spot gold climbed 0.4% to 1772.11 an ounce at 4:44 p.m. in New York. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index fell 0.3% after sliding 0.8% last week. Platinum and palladium both gained. Good for platinum and palladium. Now, on the matter of that tight job market, the goddess has been talking to many people in many places. Many people in many places are reporting the same interesting phenomenon. Plenty of help wanted signs out. Plenty of people dropping off applications. People not getting called for interviews. Or employers being extraordinarily picky in terms of the goddess has seen some fast food restaurants that actually expect you to have a college degree to make burgers. This is a little bit bizarre. Another thing the goddess has heard from many corners, and it makes perfect sense, is many of these businesses are not offering schedules that people can actually work with due to incredibly high childcare costs. There are many times where all of the positions that were open on shifts that people could work because they had a spouse or a friend that could watch their children, meaning they could actually afford to work, it wouldn't cost them money to do so, no longer have jobs during those shifts. There are plenty of shifts available, but they are shifts available when people literally cannot afford to work. Then we see the transportation issue. Anyone who's looked for a used car or a used truck lately knows that despite the extraordinarily high gas prices, used vehicles, in many cases at the moment, are costing as much, if not more, in some cases, than new vehicles are. If you are a one car household, then by definition, you must work opposite your spouse. You must work either with your spouse, as Professor Hardrock and I do, so you're sharing a vehicle to and from work, or you must work when your spouse is not. There are many people who want to work that cannot find a job where they will actually make a profit working. This is a rather bizarre circumstance. This is one of the reasons that we have a very strange job market right now. Because between employers that are actively laying off now because they can't afford to keep help, employers that are getting hundreds of applicants for two jobs, employers that only need employees during times when there are no employees available for various bizarre reasons, a lot of strange things are going on. And this, the goddess feels, is probably going to get worse long, long before it gets better. Because wages in general are not keeping pace with this inflation, and wages can't keep pace with this inflation. It won't work. It won't work unless prices go up a lot higher than they do. And even our dearly beloved and highly esteemed friends at ye old Walmart have discovered that keeping a low price point is getting to be extremely tough. We are in for some extraordinarily difficult times. And here's another interesting note that comes from Money Metal. The wishful thinking Fed is anything but neutral. With last week's second 75 point basis point rate hike, the Federal Reserve now claims it has achieved a neutral monetary policy stance. That would mean, in theory, interest rates are neither stimulating nor restraining the economy. Really now. Now we're at neutral. As the process goes on, at some point it will be appropriate to slow down, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said. Powell was effectively telling markets he intends to pivot away from inflation fighting. Yet inflation, even when measured by the Fed's own preferred gauge, continues to run hot. The personal consumption expenditures price index came in at 6.8% in Friday's report from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. A Fed funds rate that currently stands at just 2.5% doesn't look neutral at all when the official inflation rate is running at 6.8%. Have you checked your household budget lately? If your inflation rate is running at 6.8%, I wish I were you. The goddess envies you. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers accused Federal Reserve officials of engaging in wishful thinking when it comes to inflation. Well, The goddess firmly believes that they're engaging in sociopathic asshattery and deliberate destruction and controlled demolition of the economy. But, we're not going to quibble over definitions now, are we?
Change every day.
Jay Powell said things that, to be blunt, were analytically indefensible. Summers told Bloomberg there is no conceivable way that a 2.5 interest rate in an economy inflating like this is anywhere near neutral. Oh my. He seems to be a little bit strident. Left unsaid by Summers and Powell is the slowing economy and highly leveraged financial markets cannot take much more rate hiking without collapsing. That's why the Fed is signaling it will wind down its tightening campaign before achieving any kind of victory over inflation. Their tightening campaign, by the way, is an absolute, total, and complete pile of bullshit. There was no tightening anywhere. Just so you know. It will likely never get to a truly neutral level, at least not for any prolonged period. The financial system and the U.S. government itself, the world's biggest debtor, need interest rates to continue to be suppressed. Negative real rates enable borrowers to be bailed out over time by rising inflation and rising nominal asset values. Over time, negative real rates also put upward pressure on precious metals markets. We can hope. Gold and silver prices lost ground when the Fed started talking tough on inflation, but they rebounded last week when central bankers dialed down expectations for future monetary tightening. The Fed is anything but neutral when it comes to crafting monetary policy. Central bankers inevitably pick winners and losers when they manipulate interest rates and pump liquidity into the financial system. The winners of Fed policies are typically Wall Street investment bankers and Washington, D.C. politicians. Oh, no. No. That's just rude to even imply that the people who are looking out for our best interests and control our entire financial, economic, and general ecosystem would ever work against us. Oh, no. And so are the holders of tangible assets financed with debt. The losers are savers and pensioners on a fixed income who don't receive earnings that keep pace with inflation, and workers whose wages never get them ahead of the rising cost of living. It should be noted that in the last couple of months, the membership of poverty finance on Reddit has gone up by about 50 or 60%. We're getting a whole lot more lurkers asking questions. They haven't officially joined yet, a lot of them out of pride or embarrassment. But yeah, things are getting very busy on poverty finance at Reddit. Things are also getting very busy on Wall Street Silver at Reddit, where me and my fellow silverbacks are investing in real money. It is possible, however, for individual investors to position themselves on the winning side of Fed policy decisions. During some economic cycles, it pays to be in stocks. During others, it's far more profitable to be in assets that benefit from the unintended consequences, unintended my foot, of the Fed's inflationary policies. As the U.S. economy heads into recession, we've already been there, conventional stocks are vulnerable. Meanwhile, demand for safe haven alternative assets combined with ongoing inflation pressures could provide a big boost to undervalued gold and silver markets. And further news on that little note, I headed over to Quoth the Raven because Quoth the Raven's QTR's Financial Fringe always has really good information, by the way. Lying about the economy will only make the coming crash worse. I don't know who needs to hear this. Wait, yes, I do. The Biden administration. I really don't know how to describe the disturbing trend over the last few months of the Biden administration, along with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, simply lying to the American people about the economy. Let's see, how would I describe it? Sociopathic asshattery, controlled demolition of our financial ecosystem, World Economic Forum, treason, high crimes and misdemeanors. Yeah, those will do. Months' worth of political spin has culminated in embarrassing recent attempts to redefine the word recession, a futile effort to pull the wool over an American public that is growing increasingly suspect both Biden and Yellen's competence to be overseeing the country and the economy, respectively. By now, the administration's pathetic falsehood of a narrative about our economy has been called out, ridiculed, dismantled, and generally beaten to death by anyone with a shred of common sense. However, there is something far more important that people aren't talking about. The administration lying about the health of the economy could wind up exacerbating any financial crisis we have in the near future. Put simply, the more you tell people everything is fine when it isn't, the more surprised and shocked they're going to be when the market starts to panic. I don't think a market crash is an outrageous scenario that has no chance of happening either. I noted in my latest portfolio update, I thought the market could have a short term rally based on the idea of participants thinking the Fed is preparing to pivot. But over the course of the longer term, the rate hikes that have already been put into place are going to eventually make their way to the economic narrative foreground in the form of huge forthcoming aftershocks throughout the economy. Everyone who's been buying the dip over the last 2 weeks, whether it's out of FOMO, being forced out of short positions, or a genuine belief that equities are now cheap, may still face pronounced upcoming market shocks. The first shock will come in the form of the rate hikes that have already happened. The Fed has hiked rates so quickly the economy, with its record amount of outstanding debt, still has yet to catch up. Over the next quarter or two, we're going to see real effects of the 2% worth of recent rate hikes play out in the economy. And as Zero Hedge points out, it's coming at the worst possible time as the personal savings rate has collapsed to 5.1%, its lowest since August 2008. By the way, consumer debt is at an all time high. It is the delayed reaction that is, in my opinion, going to cause a repeat of December 28th, 2018's market sell-off. For comparison, the Fed hiked at nowhere near the current pace leading up to 2018. The hikes leading up to 2018 took almost 3 years to reach 2.25 to 2.5%. That's why I believe an upcoming sell-off will happen quickly and catch everyone off guard. After all, we hiked 2.25 to 2.5% this time in 5 months. The second shock, and you watch. The way this is timed, by the way, he doesn't mention it in here, but I think he is pretty damn well aware. The way this is timed, the first huge aftershock of this big rate push may well start hitting right after we get a new president. It will be interesting.
President?
Yeah, these things can take up to 2 years to play out. We could start seeing the beginning of it right after we get a new Congress, in which case, if the Republicans take over Congress, we'll get blamed for it. So, The second shock people could be in for is if the Fed decides to hold its nerve and doesn't begin discussing a pivot. Language out of the Fed was perceived to be dovish last week, but then the Fed's biggest dove, Neil Kashkari, was out making hawkish statements over the weekend. Kashkari said Sunday, "We are committed to bringing inflation down and we're going to do what we need to do. We are a long way from achieving an economy that is back at 2% inflation, and that's where we need to get to." Actually, we don't. We need to get to a sound money standard, which is actually deflationary and would be better for everybody. But the government won't allow that, of course.
Cool,
I have
Rock.
to say, I was stunned. A young, wild, step-grown Mongolian girl who can shoot me dead with an arrow from horseback. That sounds like a fantastic wife to me. You chose well. Just don't give her any excuse to shoot you. At least not from 200 yards. I have to say I was stunned by Kashkari's comments. They indicate to me that even the most dovish of Fed members may still be posturing for a fight against inflation. If this becomes the case, the Fed pivot story immediately comes off the table, risk appetites have to readjust immediately, and there's a very real case the market needs to move 30 or even 40% lower than current levels based on the historical mean of the Buffett indicator. Whether or not this happens all depends on how spineless the Fed is and how the government reacts to the first signs of real panic in the markets. Judging by Democrats like Elizabeth Warren already lobbing criticisms at Jerome Powell for crashing the economy, I don't think the Fed or the government has the nerve to sit back and watch it all burn down. Oh, really? He's highly underestimating our psychopaths in Washington right now. But most importantly, let's get one thing straight. The Biden administration reassuring the American public everything is fine economically when it isn't is only going to make matters worse. The American public will be that much more surprised when they can no longer service their debts because rates have moved higher. They'll be even more surprised that there are no stimulus checks on the horizon. The average American will also be surprised when the market starts to crash because of a 2% hike in rates months ago. Most people don't grasp how seismic of a move in rates that is for the amount of debt outstanding we now have. Finally, the American public's going to be surprised when everybody capitulates and they become part of the deleveraging snowball effect. The veracity and intensity with which the American public starts to panic once the economic screws get tighter will be a direct result of how the current administration is calibrating their expectations for the economy going forward. This is a very, very critical point that nobody else is discussing. Telling the public we're not in a recession isn't Keynesian economics, it's Keynesian doublespeak. The Fed and the administration are no longer content micromanaging the actual financial variables that make up the macroeconomy. They now have to reduce themselves to changing the definition of words. In terms of calibrating the expectation of investors to the market going forward, this is an egregious sin. When the shit starts hitting the fan, and it will, I don't want you to be surprised when you see headlines about how shocked and caught off guard everyone was by the fact that a sharp market sell off took place so quickly. Just remember when it happens, if the Biden administration had offered up a shred of truth about the economy over the last couple of weeks, it wouldn't be as bad as it's going to be. This is something that Professor Hardrock asked me about a lot, since the goddess lives in cyberspace and talks to people all over cyberspace. What does John Q. Public know? Where is the middle of the road person right now? And quite frankly, in many corners of the country, the middle of the road person is oblivious to reality because they live on a steady diet of mainstream media and Lord Malarkey's administration. And we all know how Lord Malarkey is. It's quite bizarre and fascinating to see people wandering onto Reddit finally at some point, beginning to wake up and showing up in the shortages sub and saying, hey, this is going to sound really weird and I'm probably crazy, but there seems to be a shortage in motor oil. Does anybody know anything? Where do you start with these people? Where do you start with these people? How you can be that oblivious to reality at this point is beyond me. But they're very good at this. They really are. Speaking of oblivious to reality, as of the other day, within a few days of releasing the Q2 shrinkage, the Fed GDP estimate for Q3 is already starting to be downsized. Their estimate for Q3 was, by the way, like 2.8% growth. So you can see where they're starting here. They're being very nice. They're showing us their starting pie in the sky, absolutely false figure. So we can kind of work from there. Well, they've already downgraded it to 1.3% in the positive. Quite unusual for them at this point in their prediction cycle. At this point in their prediction cycle, they're usually only shaving off 0.1% at a time because They usually start off with a number that's like, twice as good or half as bad as the real number is. And then from there, they adjust a tenth of a point at a time over the 3 months of the quarter while they massage all their other numbers so they can end up looking accurate. Or, well, accurate is not exactly the word, but as we all know, definitions are a social construct and can be changed at any time at will by a single person for no reason whatsoever. So we will call them accurate. Yes. Just so you know, the goddess is officially stating that the Atlanta GDP estimator, even though it has never been right, ever, is accurately predicting our economic future. Totally. I'm sure Lord Malarkey will agree with me. He usually does, unfortunately. For those who may have missed the news, we are now up to approximately 34 countries around the world that are having significant periods of social unrest, double digit inflation, severe food shortages, severe gas shortages, riots, and cops and military killing people. You know, but the goddess believes there are at least 180 countries on Earth right now, which means that only about 1 in 6 are going through this, so it's definitely not happening. Just so you know. But it is definitely happening, even though the media is not talking about it at all. The media is also politely ignoring the fact that we don't only have turkeys going to early processing now, we have pigs going to early processing. We have chickens going to early processing. And according to some reports, the cattle are going to be going to early processing starting in the next couple of weeks. The cattle industry held out as long as they could here, but given that it's kind of hard to get feed for the feedlots, well, it's kind of hard to get feed in general, and you really cannot push the envelope as to how much you spend on feed when your live weight value that you're getting has been stagnant for 5 years now. You have to either take a loss and go out of business or slaughter early and keep hanging on by the skin of your teeth. So, if you happen to be in a fortunate part of the world as we are, and you happen to see regionally processed meat, or you happen to see these nice big bulk packs of 10-pound chubs of hamburger at a better price than you're used to seeing, it's time to back up the truck. Because the problem we're having now is if they process too many animals early, there will be zero animals for weeks or months because the feeder stock in the pipeline does not operate on the same timetable. I'm sure you're going to find the next statements to be extraordinarily politically incorrect. Okay? You need to prepare yourself because I'm not going to be using gender neutral pronouns here. Female cows, those are the girls, the ones with udders and uteruses, take 9 months to make a baby calf, whether it's a boy calf or girl calf. And cows breed on a schedule. They're not like human female birthing persons that go into estrus once a month. Okay? Cows breed on a very, very regular schedule. They breed such that when this year's cows are going to that happy pasture in the sky after going through the processing plant and landing on our tables, are doing so, the feeder pipeline is feeding the brand new, newly weaned calves into place so they can grow to fruition. This is a very delicately timed and intricate dance of staggeringly complex proportions that is now getting fucked up beyond all recognition. Which means, though the goddess never would have expected in her lifetime, and I'm not usually caught by surprise by these things, about 9, 10 months ago, now I was telling Professor Hardrock, I'm like, this supply chain thing could get pretty bad. We could have feeder production problems down the road. And then I said, no, 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 couldn't possibly get that bad. Well, there's a fairly high probability that it can get that bad. Speaking of which, eggs went up again, and check the size on your eggs. Seriously, there is a size chart online that will tell you the size range for a medium egg, the size range for a large egg, the size range for an extra large egg. I suggest you weigh an egg or two in the shell, because when you see that number at the very, very bottom of the scale, that is a serious leading indicator that we have a real serious laying battery hen problem going on. And the same goes for the number of leg quarters in your 10-pound bulk bag. When that goes over 8, when you start seeing 8 legs and a drumstick, or 8 legs and a thigh, or worse yet, 9 legs, you better back up the truck. Because in a very, very short period of time, there may be 0 legs for weeks. Okay? Bye-bye. And buy silver and gold. It's on sale.
She missed that rock. Rock Butcher said his wife had 3 kids in a year and a half.
Fast worker. I like that. By the way, politically incorrect, but they used to say when you had 2 or 3 kids within a year of each other, you were having Irish twins or Irish triplets.
Yeah, oh, by the way, little one. Come here. David Villa, that was his anniversary there.
Oh, David, oh my word, 55 years, how wonderful. That is amazing. Happy anniversary. Woohoo. 55 years. Well, let me see. We have 40 years to go, Professor Hardrock.
I don't think we're going to last that long, but we'll give it our best shot.
To 106.
Who knows? That's way past the warranty date, but sometimes it works. David says thank you, and Mr. Virtue says thank you. And, so anyhow.
And keep an eye on Lake Mead.
Yeah, Lake Mead is.
They are now moving the marinas every week or 2.
Yeah, it's getting bad over there.
Going to hit Deadpool status.
And without a lot of rain in a big hurry, yeah. You're going to have a lot of people, tens of millions of people going, where'd the water go? That could get interesting.
No water and in the dark. Should be really cool.
No, Rock, you tell your kids you want to go to school, you pay your way through school. You know, that's how you do it. Just don't borrow any money from the government. Oh. Okay, so let's see. We should have some latecomers here now. Biggest problem production-wise now is the mining. It's a little hard, a little narrow on the vein, but looks like we're getting to some bigger, softer rock. And after breaking a few tools and having to reconfigure other tools from what they originally looked like, and I have a fresh one that I got to break in this weekend. And things seem to be going reasonably well overall. No big breakthroughs on the resin, but we got a couple of really interesting possibilities we're starting to research right now. And with any luck at all, this week, all the upgrades to the mill will be done and it'll be capable of running the capacity that we would like to run. And it's going to be a matter of mining the ore to do that. And then Eva and I are going to be working 7 days a week until snow, probably. Um, so, uh, going to be busy. Still haven't had time to edit the video from the mining museum. So, as we shall kind of see how it goes there. Well, Shaggy, I'd rather be working the board, but sometimes a little balance would be nice. Um, was surprised at how well I held up this weekend with that big Bosch hammer. That thing
It was the
is a
keto
beast.
We all know this.
Yeah, she credits the electrolytes she's been trying to shove down my throat. Um, I kind of like the cooler temperatures in the shaft now that we're deeper. Um, but I'm sure, let's say, cooler temperatures will help a lot. I'm sure, but I'm getting a lot stronger. I've also dropped about 10 pounds. I mean, let's see the forearms there holding that. It's kind of weird. Looks like I can see things with the camera. Wow, the camera shows up the freckles a lot better than in real life. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, it's getting that way, David. But yeah, that Bosch is a beast. Trying to muscle it around when it's being uncooperative. In the softer ground where you can just work it back as a series of uh, holes, just punching them in and breaking it up, piece of cake. Just drag it and let the weight of the machine do it. Actually, I do have appointments. I see the dermatologist every 6 months, Chris. I don't know if it's because she says I need to or because it's a she, but whatever. Uh, but no, I go there every 6 months because I've been in southern Arizona all my life, being irradiated. So they keep an eye on me. Oh, and that's about it for the news from here. Uh, Again, we're working on the resin issue, and I'm pretty comfortable we'll get it figured out one way or another fairly soon. We got too many smart people working too many different directions on it. Sooner or later, somebody will find the key and will unlock the secret to getting the gold out of the resin efficiently and at a decent pace. Everything else seems to be pretty much proceeding as anticipated. Yeah, I'll say I'll have the doctor and her assistant probably to make sure that there's a witness there. Go over me head to toe. Yes, I did build a bigger sluice, and I should be using it tomorrow, David. Thank you. Yeah, I built a bigger sluice. It's all set up, and when I dump the tank tomorrow, I'll be able to see how well it's working. I've got it set at 6 degrees. Hopefully, that's about the right angle. Um, we got a lot more solids to liquid ratio than is generally considered optimal for a sluice. Uh, 2 parts liquid, 1 part solids is usually pretty solids heavy, I believe. I'm sure Chris will correct me if I'm wrong, but especially when I first dump it, it's more like thin mud coming out of there. Yep. So um, we shall see how well that works. The later stuff where I'm actually washing out the tank, that I can get a good solid to liquid ratio. That shouldn't be a problem. But we'll see how much difference it makes. Yeah, right now there is no water in the pond, Chris, because I'm relining everything, so I'm keeping my liquids to a minimum. I agree with you that that would be a good an assistance there. Yeah, Kevin. Uh, well, the problem, David, is everything sinks. The solids sink to the bottom, and what I can do is use the other outlet valve on the tank to push water in, and 7.5. I don't know if I have the drop. I may have to raise the tank. We'll have to see. Also, as solids start building up on the pad, I'm definitely going to have to raise the tank. I'm just planning on stacking pallets and go with it that way. There's a liner that kind of gives you a minimum elevation rock. Yeah, um, this is not unanticipated. That's why I would say at Power Townsend you can pick up pallets for free. So when I see a good solid one of about the right size, I just snatch one. Yeah, Chris, I agree. I'll see what I can do. Less than 7 degrees, it will just plug up. Okay, let's see if I can increase it a little bit more. But I say I think the tank itself is going to go higher. The problem is when I raise the tank, then I got to raise the ladder and get a longer ladder so I can climb up there and dump the stuff in. And eventually, probably the thing to do would be to build a smaller platform off of the pad for the tank that's elevated some. Yeah, you got it, Rock. Uh, I agree, Goldstream, and I say that's one of the issues that I may lose virtually all the gold in the first flush out of the tank, and it's only the gold in the solids that are still sitting on the bottom of the tank when the liquid's done running out. Then I've got some good control. At that point, I can control the amount of solids and liquids to a much greater extent, and hopefully that'll work pretty well by putting uh, a pump, or I might have to use two pumps to get enough water because they're small pumps. Um, then I can recirculate the water that's running down the sluice up again and keep flushing material without diluting things. Yeah, initially we've got viscosity, you know. Um, I don't know about the first flush in the highest grade because as that tank is agitating, I would think that the heavier gold would tend to work down into the dead bed area. So I suspect that that would be a higher concentration there, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly, Rock. It's all interrelated. It's not the side of the tank. It'd be on the outlet. You know, um, the gravity determines where the solids are in the bottom of the tank. They're always going to outdo the liquid at the bottom of the tank, at least until you get to the point where that cone of what you might call liquefied solids gets flushed out. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Oh, clink. Is that good? Great. Okay. So we have a tank like this. And at the bottom there's a T. And over here is one valve. Over here is another valve. And this is where I dump the slurry. So if you have this right here and you got these pumps hanging with jets pointed down, they stir up this stuff and they will knock it back to here. Okay. But when you turn them off, which you have to do before you start draining things so they'll run dry, there is a dead bed like this. In here is also some stuff. When you open this valve, this stuff starts coming out and slumping. But like there's your solid. So all this stuff here comes out as a thick slurry. And it's definitely thicker than you want. No question about it. This stuff here, on the other hand, actually has to be washed out. And I add solution here and take a hose and hose from the top so I can slowly wash this in. And that solution washes it down the thing. And then down here on the pad, you have the liquid, and I have a pump that pumps the liquid back up there. That way I don't just wind up using a lot of solution that's been processed or whatever. The second part of this dead bed, I think I can do real well with. This, I don't know, short of putting a lot of pumps in here, having more solution available and bigger pumps and pumping through there, and then holding this valve open just enough so that it's sucking a little bit through here and coming a fair amount through there. Might be able to do that. Do not know. It's an interesting challenge and maybe completely unnecessary. I'm not sure how, man, somebody slow, naked HD XYZ, and it hasn't been removed yet. Remove. What's happening? It's not showing anything. Okay. You may be right, Chris. After I run this batch, I will see what results I get and how it behaves and decide. But that's possible. Let's see. So anyhow, that's kind of my setup right now, and not sure, say, how this all is going to work out. I like the idea of the boil. It's very simple and fairly straightforward. Plus, you can run a cleanup sluice that's not using solution but using water. And because of that, you can I take samples of the deposits and pan them too. Haven't found what I would consider concerning quantities of gold, but we're monitoring this to see what's happening, because we're just now getting into what we think is a pretty good material. And so we may see a dramatic rise in the amount of coarse gold. But right now, well, if we take all the concentrates I pan from my sluice and pan it down to super duper concentrates, then have Eva flux it and fire it, we still wind up with around 1 milligram of gold. So unless these sluices are very, very poor recovery, we don't really have enough in there to be of concern at this time. However, and by one of the things I'm using as a proxy to estimate my recovery is the steel, the tramp iron from the grinding process, and how is that distributed through the sluice. When I find the steel is all at the top of the sluice, I assume that most of the gold is catching at the top of the sluice too. And if it is, then there's not enough to worry about at this time. We shall find out. Again, coarse gold tends to be really pockety. So it may be one of those things where we may flush 10 tanks, and then all of a sudden, wham, there's a pile of coarse gold there. Okay. It's also a very useful piece of information as to where did all that coarse gold come from, because we're keeping track of that as we're processing the ore. We're keeping track of where that came from and sampling it coming out of the impact mill. So we have a really good idea what the grade is from what exact area. So we shall see. The whole situation is very fluid, if you will. David says, "God bless you."
Thank you.
She says, "Thank you," if you couldn't hear it. But say we shall see. Chris says, "Salute," and we shall see. Because I have a 7-inch wide sluice now, and one more, Eva. Yeah. Yeah, once she starts sneezing, she generally sneezes a fair number of times. And I say we're working on the um, laboratory stuff. Rock Butcher says Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Chris Georgie says hat trick. Oh, that's about 6 now. And so I'm focusing more on getting production up and running. Mill will be there this week. Mine, it's going to depend on the vein itself, the rock, and I need to sample the back as we're going down too to see what that is in that part of the vein, in case you want to take that out later. Now's the time to get the thing. Well, the initial burst of slurry, you're probably right, Goldstream. But assuming that the dead bed is anywhere near representative of the whole slurry, and if anything, I would think it would tend to be enriched, then that gives me an idea there. Just say we at the current time we're looking at insignificant numbers. I mean, the whole sluice contains a milligram of gold. Not worth it, but I'm trying to make sure that we're getting a reasonable amount of what's going through there. Yeah, Rock, and that all requires elevation. Yep. Oh, you're absolutely right. Oh, I'm sure it does, Goldstream. I'm sure it does. The question is how much? And how much of that gold is, in fact, going to wind up being dissolved? The test we did, where we took some of the gold that we panned out and put it in Eco Goldex, in 10 days, all the 200 mesh was gone. We were down to 100 mesh and like that. I agree. It is less than ideal, Chris. If you want to come up here and help me get all this done, welcome to do it. But I've only got so much time. Yeah. Oh yeah, I could. That's more equipment. More things I got to build, more devices I got to do, blah, blah, blah. Um, Say, I still don't have my pregnant pond lined yet. Okay. This is not a high priority at the moment. Um, but yeah, say we'll just have to see. When almost all of the coarser steel, and that's still pretty fine, is in the upper third of the sluice, it's doing something. Okay. And yet, when you still got, when you're getting lots of iron like that in the top of the sluice, and you're still, the whole sluice is only recovering a milligram, yep, that's just not enough to justify. Hey, boss, can I have a couple $1,000 to catch this stuff that's worth pennies? No, I'm trying to monitor, see what's going on, see if I can get a good idea. I know I'm losing. Everybody's losing gold. Nobody's 100% efficient. But if I'm leaching 95% of the gold, then that 5% loss is not only not a big deal in terms of total percentages, but you got to look at what the cost is to get it, especially as it's still going out on a leach pad and it's going to be leached for months or years. Yep. I have Gold Stream. I've panned stuff, and I said I can pan down to 500 mesh. You know, I know what a tenth of an ounce or 500ths of an ounce looks like in a pan. My tailings are running on the order of a couple hundredths of an ounce per ton, according to what I can pan. You know, and that's the point. Is that I don't know what I'm losing, but all indications are at this point in time, it's not that much. If those indications change, which they might, then we're yeah. Well, according to the assays, we're getting anywhere between 105 and 150% recovery. So, you know, obviously there's some coarse gold there that's not in the thing. I've sampled several places, Mr. Virtue. Yep, I've sampled right there where it comes out, a little further out. You know, places where it looks like the gold should be settling, things like that. Anything under 200 mesh is gone. Okay, there is no gold left under 200 mesh. Yeah, essentially the nuggets. Anything under 200 mesh is already dissolved by the time I dump the tank. The stuff between 200 and 100 mesh is probably going to be dissolved within a month or two and it's recovered. One thing that we're going to start testing once we get this whole uh, pad expansion done is we're going to, when we dump the tank, we'll have a sample of the, yes, exactly, they're wrong rock. I say it's clear, but the sample that's assayed is pulverized, screened, and then assayed. The oversize is rejected. And so it's clear that something isn't being assayed. The question is how much? And of that how much is still not getting dissolved? It's going to be, in my opinion, only 100 mesh plus gold that we're going to be not dissolving. Okay. So if my device, whatever it is, can recover the 100 mesh gold with high efficiency, that's the kind of stuff that I'm worried about. If I'm only getting, what's 1 milligram per ton? Now let's see, 1,500 pounds. Let's see. 1 divided by 0.75. Okay, so I'm looking at 1.3 milligrams per ton is what we're recovering in coarse gold. That was yeah, I say it's just I don't know what's going on. That 150% says, yeah, something's going on here. Trying to figure it out, but visual observation in the lab of stuff that we recovered from this ore in EcoGoldX indicates it should recover out on the pad up to about 100 mesh, maybe more than that. Okay, as one can say, the coarse gold right now, we don't have an indication of sufficient quantity to justify any investment in significant time or money. But I want to monitor the situation to see. Yes, I agree, Goldstream. 100 mesh probably can't. But in the 1/3 to 1/2 of the solids that I wash out of the tank after everything else is flushed out, then I'm getting good recovery there. And if the dead bed is the same concentration, and my bet is it's more, if it's the same concentration as the non-dead bed, and the dead bed is 1/3 of the total solids, and the non-dead bed is 2/3 of the total solids, then you're looking at a whole 5 milligrams per batch. What does that come out to? 0.005 times 1,800, just to keep it simple. $9. Yes, Rock, it sure could. There's lots of possibilities if it's there. I have no solid indication it's there in any significant quantity. It's there. But $9 per batch is not what I call significant quantity. It doesn't justify extra equipment, extra time, or anything like that. And
we can always get it later when I figure out how to get the silver.
Well, and not only that, Rock Butcher, the fly poop is the stuff that I've already got. Say the EcoGoldX has got the fly poop. The question is there chunky stuff that we're not catching? And if we run into these pockets where it is coarse material, what Chris would call pocket gold, then that sluice should recover a significant portion of that, and that'll alert me to, whoa, we got us a situation here we need to back up a little and think about, No, I haven't seen that, but yeah, and I mean, panning your tailings and stuff. Well, I'm sluicing about a quarter to a half quarter to half, but I'm guessing about a third, actually pretty efficiently. Say it's got a low solids content, et cetera, et cetera. And let's say that's what I'm saying. If I know what is in this here, then I can assume that what's in here is somewhere around there. And if I'm not getting crap out of this, then I have no reason to believe that I'd be getting crap out of that. And say, on the other hand, if all of a sudden I start seeing chunks of gold, it's like, okay, we gotta rethink this here, and say, start carrying more solution in the pond and pump it through the bottom of the tank outlet fittings there to thin things out, but so right now it's like when you're panning a bank, you're not processing everything. You're trying to see if there's something there. And that's basically what I'm doing. And I know I'm getting a decent recovery on that dead bed. Okay. The other stuff, no, I'm not. Agreed completely. Most of that gold is probably just pushing right on through. But then once I get down to the dead bed and I'm washing out that tank, now I'm getting, should be a pretty good recovery. No, I can't assume it's the same, But are you going to, Goldstream, are you going to assume there's more gold above the clay layer or more gold on the clay layer, or it's about the same? Your assumptions will probably be above the clay layer is going to have less gold than on the clay layer for the same reason I got. You got turbulent flow for a day, it's being stirred. Okay. The harder to stir particles are going to settle towards the bottom of that fluidized bed. And then when I shut off the pumps, they're going to be here. As that bed settles, they're going to be down in here. That's my assumption. That's what physics tells me when it comes to coarse gold. Okay. Fine gold is gone by then. It's been dissolved. It's in the solution. So that's my assumption is the coarse est gold is definitely going to be in here. And exactly, Goldstream. But say, I see no reason to, I mean, we know what's going to prevent it from going any further. This plastic right here, it cannot go below the plastic. Okay? This agitation is not 100% efficient. Therefore, it's going to tend to collect any coarse gold in what you would call the dead bed. You know? You're correct, Chris. I say, but at this point, I have no indication that we're even approximating economical grades, either from what I'm getting in the sluice or by going out there and panning the tailings on the pad, taking samples, running it in a pan, panning it down. Again, I am not getting the kind of grades that would say, okay, this could be profitable, you know? And if I go out there on the pad and I take 4 or 5 pans in different places and none of them show me anything not at the current time, Rock. Again, right now, when I'm into the flushing of the dead bed, that's a very controlled operation. I can control the amount of solids because I'm taking a hose and I'm washing the. If you look at the top, I actually had it on a video. When you're done with the thing, you got, here's the tank, here's the outlet, and this is all solids. So I'll start right here first, just start hosing this and get a little area here where I've got clear plastic. And then I'll work in one spot, spraying here and just letting it spray up on the stuff and letting it run down so it'll flow in here. And I don't know, no more than 20% solids at most, but probably less than 10%. Work my way up here until I've got a gap. And then I'll just start hosing here and letting this wash down and slowly sweep this around until I've cleaned the whole tank. And that process will take typically 45 minutes to an hour. And I've got the hose and I've got an additional pump pumping in liquid here. So I got 2 streams flowing, and that gives me, let's say, now I've got some decent control. Okay. And at that point, I've got it not varying physics. I've got very precise, even stuff. And again, 90%, 100% of the coarser gold is in the top of the sluice, the top third of the sluice. Not in the middle, not in the bottom, in the top. Now, if I was getting poor recovery or relatively poor, I would expect to find it all the way down the sluice. Now, maybe not in the same concentration, but nevertheless, all the way down. About 1/3 of the way down, and take a video pointing upstream. Probably I can do something similar. Don't know how close to the sluice you need. I've got a tripod, but it's going to be about 3 feet above the ground minimum. So, but that's a good thing. That's a good idea, so that better eyes can look at. Also, I'd like to get Jim out there someday. Yeah, I've got a GoPro. I can set it up. Again, I'm the previous efforts. The sluice was totally inadequate, and I know it was a complete cluster. With the previous, it just got really ugly. Even a GoPro. Well, it's waterproof, but it had to be hosed off before you could open the housing. But I'll give this one a try and see how it seems to work. But say the previous one, clearly the first bunch of liquid coming out of there until it got to the dead bed, it was just too thick to work well. Absolutely, abundantly clear. I mean, it was filling up the sluice and overflowing the sides, things like that. Clearly not going to work. But once I got to the point where I cleaned out the sluice and was running the dead bed stuff, could keep that running nice and not plugging up. So that's, my thought is say, if I can just get a good indication of what's in there, that's important. If we can determine that, hey, all of a sudden we're getting some potentially economical grade here. Now it's time to, spend some time and effort. It's like right now, I'd be spending, well, for every day I spend chasing this coarse gold that's probably not there right now, I lose hundreds and hundreds of dollars in production. That's why I'm not terribly interested right now. I got to get that mill done. I got to get the mining done. And this is just kind of a little side project at the moment. Of course, you are a gold stream. It's very important. But in this case, it's just a secondary. So it's like the air conditioner on your car. It only matters if it's hot. And the indications so far, it's not hot. So I don't, even if I went and fixed the air conditioning, it's not going to make a difference. That appears to be the case with the information I have. But yes, I'm sure it's really crappy sluicing at first, but at least a quarter of the stuff is getting sluiced reasonably well. And man, this is amazing to see how fast they're just slamming us tonight with all this naked, hot XYZ. Looks like we found you a girl crap. Man, say, you'd think the bot would see that they're all getting deleted instantly and leave us alone. I don't know, Rock. It's only started happening, the last 2 or 3 live streams? Hasn't been, much. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. And it stopped when Eva was doing her thing. I wonder if that just courtesy. But as I say, that's what I'm trying to do, is just kind of monitor the situation to see if I start finding anything that goes, oh, now I can go to the boss and say, hey, you need to pay me more and give me more money for equipment. Right now, when we get a bead from Eva Fire Assaying, the whole sluice tailing super concentrates, and I'm pretty good at panning that stuff, and the milligram balance won't weigh it because it's not an analytical balance, that's not enough to worry about. It really isn't. Say, you know, that's well below 5/100ths of an ounce per ton. So, say we shall see. But let's say this is mainly monitoring right now just to get an idea. And you guys are all right. It's not a very efficient system at all. But I can pan fine gold out of the crushed material before we leach it. I can see much finer gold than what we're getting in the sluice. And I'm not getting any of the coarser gold in the 2-cup sample that I panned out of the splits, you know, and not seeing any of the coarser stuff at all. So, I'm approaching this from different angles at the same time to see if anything is indicating it, but I don't see the indications of economic concentrations at this point. And I just want to monitor the situation in case all of a sudden, when we get into some higher grade stuff, there was this nice little, 3 ounces of gold in a pocket that we didn't see when we were mining because it's all dirty down there. And all of a sudden, boom, there it is in the tailings, in the sluice. And it's like, okay, that pile of tailings needs to be reprocessed. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I want to do this because once it dumps on the pad, it's contained. It hasn't been thrown away. It's still sitting there. I could, let the leach solution, percolate down, then go out there and just scoop it up, And so it's not like it's lost. Yeah, exactly. As I say, it's easy to get distracted by the shiny. And I have to crunch the numbers and see is that worth it. I am lucky to have a claim owner that understands business, isn't afraid to invest money, but he's not a fanatic where he's like, oh, I just want to get it. No. It's like, will it pay? Is this reasonable from a financial standpoint? So I say that's good. If you have one who's a fanatic, they can be a real pain in the butt. If they're a rich fanatic, they can be a very lucrative pain in the butt. But I say this guy, he's worried about profitability, and that's it. Anything else? If you can find that out, in the process, fine. If not, where does this lead me to profit down the road? Is a question. He's not afraid to take a risk, but he wants to see a chance. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. Anyhow, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, I agree with you, Chris. I've got a tub. I think it's used for mixing small amounts of concrete. It's from Home Depot. I usually put it under my RC46 to collect the crushed material, and that would probably make a good boil box for it. At least give it a shot, see what happens. Um, and again, this first time, it's not going. Yeah, mortar troughs. That's probably exactly what it is. This first attempt is probably not going to work smoothly because it's a first attempt, but we shall see. A boil box would be any kind of a container. Its purpose is to so here we got our sluice coming down here, and you just have a container here, so it comes in here and it just churns a lot and then overflows. But in this churning, then the gold will settle to the bottom if it's coarse enough, while everything else kind of works its way out. And I'm not an expert on how best to set one up, but I bet you if we videotape it, some people will have some good ideas. Deeper, heavy-duty plastic tubs, except for the elevation thing, Chris. In order to put an 18-inch high plastic tub, I need to raise the tank about 18 inches. I say it's and yep. Well, the whole boil box is likely to just get silted up so fast it's crazy. No, the idea is just some kind of a trap. And I say I'm working under so many freaking constraints it isn't funny. Oh, and did I mention I have no extra fill material and it's all done by hand. I mean, all the expansion I did to that pad was by digging the pregnant pond and hauling it by wheelbarrow and laying it by hand. So I say there's a lot of constraints involved here. There really are. But as I say, we shall see if we get indications that there is something of economic quantity there. Probably the best thing to do would be to set up a gravity separation first, and then pump it up into the tank. You know, that would make the most efficient sense of things, in my opinion, because then you're working down and just one pump takes it up to the tank and gets it out of there. You don't need to worry about it. How long has it taken you to get to this point?
Season 3.
Well, 2 summers ago, we came out here. We looked at a number of properties for the claim owner and found this one had, some good values on it, some good grades. Then the next season, that would have been about a year and a half ago. We moved out here in January and did some preliminary testing and built the head frame and a few other little things. And last summer, we spent a lot of time getting things clean and proper. We took a lot of material from the dump, the lower decline dump, and I built the original test pad and facility, and we checked the Eco Goldex out and found the resin that would recover the gold from the Eco Goldex. We did studies on the quantity, quality, and stuff of gold and other minerals in the rock in the springtime of that year. Then this year's the the wintertime I spent getting 2 cataracts taken care of in my eyes, and a hernia surgery, and a testicular repair, and a nose bleeding issue get resolved. So took some time out there. Expanded the test pad to increase its capacity by about, if you started at 100%, it's now at like 250%, and put in a much bigger pregnant pond. Get the lab built, do testing on getting the gold out of the resin. And this summer, the purpose was to get the, uh, what do you call it? Production to full capacity. We had to move the Stutenroth mill, um, and that was 1,600 pounds by hand. I know how to do these things. Broke a come along, but I made it work. And let's say we're literally doing 15 times as much per batch right now as we were last year. We were doing 100-pound batches testing. Now we're doing 1,500-pound batches. We should get up to 2,000-pound batches. And then we need to increase the production at the mine. We've now penetrated through the old timbering near surface, got it resecured, etc. And gosh, when we started this, we weren't even 10 feet deep. Because I remember we had to work for a while before we got that 10-footer in there. Yeah. We were probably only, about 6 feet deep when we stopped last season? Yeah, 6 or 7. Something like that. And the thing right now is to increase the mining production and the milling to hopefully 2 tons per week from the previous last year 300 pounds per week. And as such, I say there's been a lot of development and construction going on along with the research that thankfully Eve has been able to help a lot on. Last spring and winter, I'll spent a lot of time at Lauren's shop doing testing and such. So just been a lot of work, and we're not into the what you might call the cruise phase yet. Still putting the plane together, checking the parts, and running test flights, and getting to the point where we can put it on cruise control, so to speak. Okay, Rock, whenever you get to it. And actually, I may have some of those flanges with something there that the end of the sluice box is not a pipe. So, say, basically a box with 2 slots in both ends, or like a tub. Pretty close. We'll see. Anyhow, we'll give it a shot with the tub and see what it gets. And I'll try and video everything so everyone can look at it and get good data, so I can get some good advice from people who have a lot more experience with this sluicing and gravity separation, non-mechanical stuff. So tomorrow, little one, I'm going to need you on the camera a lot. Okay? So I'm actually doing stuff. You're getting good views of what's going on. Okay? You don't have any rubber boots, do you?
No, I do not.
No, you do not.
Why on earth would I have boots?
To walk around in mud and solution without getting your feet wet. You should be able to stand in the old pregnant pond area and get some pretty good views from there. Because anywhere near the sluice itself is likely to get wet before it's all over. Hey, I've gone down to 1 too, Jeff. Oh, yeah. This stuff is pretty innocuous, Rock. I've actually got some splashed on my face and didn't do anything all, for an hour or two before I washed it off. Um, it's really pretty mild. But yeah, you don't want to be wandering around in that stuff. Uh, but yeah, I got a pair of rubber boots, but they would not fit Eva at all. Well, they would. She'd be swimming in them, but she would fit, guaranteed. Just not very well. But duct tape them to her legs, huh? Anyhow, but okay. I appreciate all the help, guys, and let's. I'll try and get some video and see what we think. Well, yeah, uh, the 40 parts per million AS. You know, yeah, it's actually say as chemicals go, it's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen any kinds of even skin irritation. Um, More worried about ventilation in the lab than anything else. Um, when the weather's nice like this, we could even move the kiln outside a little one to get really good ventilation. Yeah, it's pretty stinky stuff. It smelled more than those lake trout.
It's horrible.
Little one, can you cover for just a minute so I can frolic off to the El Cuarto de Baño?
Well, I am right in the middle of losing a game right now.
She's right in the middle of losing a game. So I will have to suffer.
Yeah.
Because that's the way it is. Yeah, I would agree, Chris. So, say that's high on the priority list too. Okay, we need to get the oh, say hopefully the mill will be done this week, and then to get you an idea of the schedule. Okay, let me show you the tentative schedule for the rest of this summer. Once we get everything running. Okay. And I don't know if Eve and I are going to be able to do this, but we'll give it our best shot. Monday, new load in tank. That means we need to drain, refill, and pulverize the load. That's probably going to be about 8 hours. Okay. Tuesday, personal. Laundry, shopping, things like that. Wednesday, maintenance and construction. Thursday, new load in tank. Oops, I forgot something. Crush ore. And the crushing of the ore should take 6 hours for 2 tons. Okay, and then it'll be stockpiled, get us through Thursday with enough left over for next Monday. Friday, go to mine, set up, start mining. Saturday, now this assumes that we have a high enough production rate. Boss brings another trailer, takes loaded one back to the mill. Sunday, Fill second trailer. Tear down at mine. Return home. Now, as you can see, this is pretty much non-stop. The personal day is not going to be much rest because there's going to be way too much stuff to do. But that's the schedule we're looking at to achieve 2 tons per week of production. Okay? Yeah, that's why you wouldn't want to stand in it, Chris. That's why I got rubber boots. I've got a few splashes on me, and a few drops here and there isn't that exciting. I've only got one, Chris. David, only one. But anyhow, so that's the schedule we're looking at trying to do until winter closes us down. Okay? So that gives you an idea of the intensity that we're going to try and work this summer and fall. Winter, we'll see in terms of the resin, because that's something we can extract gold from resin during the winter. We can just stockpile it until then if needed. It depends, but assume sometime between 1st of November and 1st of December is kind of the general rule of thumb sort of thing. By December 15th, the road is closed due to regulatory constraints for fish and game and such as winter range. In order to break that, we'd have to have a pretty good reason. Yeah, Goldstream, I'm doing okay. No complaints here. Did you ever finish your game?
Yes.
Thank goodness. I'll be right back.
I just ran out of lives.
Yeah.
What can I say? I'm on level 1263 of this match 3 game, and it's getting a little bit challenging finally.
Tell them what your experience is with this, little one.
With what?
The mining and everything. How's it from your viewpoint?
Well, when it comes to the mining, from my viewpoint, I've been telling him for some couple of weeks now that we need to go that way. Unfortunately, I can't erase his whiteboard, but you know how the decline comes down at a 60-degree angle like this, and the breast of it is where the ladder is. Well, the back of it, directly behind us, where he's building these nice, beautiful platforms and shelves, is the direction we actually need to go. But of course, we can't go there because he keeps talking about going over his head. But if we made the shelf long enough and got, several feet into the hill that way, then there'd be more than enough solid shit below us that he'd just be doing regular tunnels. But I guess that's kind of one of those things that ain't going to happen. There's a whole lot of things that need to happen that, for whatever reason, probably aren't going to happen right now. The mining experience, I still cannot believe he spent that ridiculous amount of money on a canopy chair. Okay. But I will be the first to admit, I do like the canopy chair. The canopy chair and the towel are extremely useful things. And if I actually manage to get some little clippy-doo widget gizmos or some Gorilla Tape up there this week to keep the towel on the canopy with the wind,
You don't want to use Gorilla Tape because you keep moving it.
then
Move
it'll
the
be even
clippings.
better. Now, I was considering the idea of getting some Velcro widget gizmo stuff and super gluing or fabric gluing the Velcro to the three sides of the canopy so that I could just shift the towel around and Velcro it on as needed. Because my location is a very unfortunate one. It is misfortunate in terms of the latitude and the earth being round and shit. Because the sun is just in a very inconvenient location for a good part of the day for me. Meaning, I have to put the towel down the front of the canopy, which means I can't see my hoist. And since we don't have a mind bell yet for him to tell me to shut up and I can't hear him when he's screaming, I need to be able to see. Other than that, and the fact that my furnace sucks rocks and my Q-Pels really suck rocks, life is good. Good grief. We are getting a whole lot of those.
Yeah.
Bears
That's
being
about-
followed by sex bots.
Yeah.
This is hilarious.
So, anyhow, and let's see. In another 5 feet of advance, we're going to run out of ladder track, so I got to build more ladder track. Let's see. Shortly after that, we're going to run out of cable on the hoist, so I'm going to have to work up a pulley arrangement and stuff for that. Yeah, I agree with you, Rock. I say I don't want to go overhand mining until I feel like I can do it safely. But I do think we need to sample on the way down so that in the future we'll know exactly where to attack. Because I agree with her that there looks to be quite a bit of ore there. On the other hand, it might be more easily accessed by coming down from above from the upper decline, which is in the same fracture zone, just uphill from it. And say it's one of those things that I'll just monitor the situation, take samples. We'll worry about it later. We got next season 2 coming up theoretically if the world doesn't go to hell. Okay, wait a minute. Sorry, we have next season coming up even though the world is going to hell. But yeah, it's a very ambitious schedule, and the 90-degree heat is not helping at all. But we will see what we will see. I'm cautiously optimistic we should get somewhere around there.
Oh, apparently Gordon Ramsay has completely freaked out the left.
Gordon Ramsay?
Yeah.
Who's he?
He's a chef.
Oh, chef? What did he say?
Oh,
Bugs?
they made a video that showed him out picking a nice, cute, fluffy baby lamb for dinner.
Ooh. You look good.
This annoyed a lot of people.
Oh, well. You know what I think about those kind of people. But, hey, Lars. First time I've seen you comment tonight. So it's a little bit intimidating, but we'll see how we can go. I say the target was 50 tons by the end of the season. And assuming December 1st, we're now on August 1st, so we got August, September, October, November, 4 months. 4 times 30. 120 days. 17 weeks seems most unlikely at this point. Yeah, I'll say, I don't think we're going to get there. On the other hand, if the grade is good enough, then our target in ounces we may still meet. Then winter, we can kind of take it easy and process resin and build ladder track and a few other little this is and that's the others, work on the lab and this stuff. Yeah, Goldstream, use some kind of sticky glue or whatever. Yeah, no, that's a there's just lots and lots to do, and Eva is always thinking of new things to do, and I'm always thinking of like later, later, later. It annoys her at times.
The goddess is always asking for things that are actually useful, and they never materialize.
Yeah, well, sorry.
I know.
Got other stuff to do.
It's your fault. I'm just saying, it's a good thing I don't hold my breath, because then I'd be dead and I ain't got no life insurance.
Yeah, I say it's quite a challenging summer, and of course, the nosebleed thing really was inconvenient because it was right at the beginning of this stuff, and so we lost 2-3 weeks of the beginning of the season. Really inconvenient, not fun, because we just couldn't go out to the mine. Well, there was, how many times did we have to come back from the mill? There was one I remember, but I think that was it, right?
Yeah.
And we were pretty.
Twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one time. And good for you, blind dude. Excellent. Yeah, that that one time we came back from the mill. I was a mess. Ooh, the goby has chives growing all over like grass, so the sheep are self-marinating. Sweet.
That sounds good.
Oh, no, it was a bucket full of blood, David. You had a small bucket.
It was actually a bucket. It was really radical stuff.
Yeah. No, I just leaned over there and just let it run out my mouth. And it was, you do get seen pretty quickly when you walk into the ER with blood everywhere. They don't want you to get it on the furniture, I think. But anyhow, so that did not help. We were hoping for 25 weeks at 2 tons per week, which does not seem achievable at this point. We're trying to achieve scientific break-even in terms of, financial break-even by the end of August. By the end of this month, we want to be recovering more gold than it is costing us to recover it. So we shall have to see if that happens. But that's the target. And by the way, I looked on my stats today for the first time in a while, and I didn't realize I'd gone over 2 million views. Did I announce that to anyone here, that we were over 2 million views? I'm not sure if I did or not, but
I remember 1 million.
Yeah, I remember the 1 million too. We were at Four Corners when I did that video. But let's say I'm at like 2,100,000 and some thousand views all totaled. So yay! Okay, apparently I didn't. Yep, I'm over 2,100,000 right now. So Eva was thinking of a giveaway next week. Okay, and I think that's a good idea. I kind of like what we did last time, where we, guessed numbers and stuff, and then drew them out of a hat. So think about things, guys, and if you got a better idea on how to do it, let me know. I thought that was kind of fun, and uh, let's see. Oh, anyhow, that's about it. So thank you everybody for the congratulations. It's been fun. Uh, it's really changed my life because it's um, got me in communication with so many people. I was able to do so many things
Got you out of the stupid kettle corn.
yeah, and I mean Chris has been invaluable and everything else. Oh hell no, Lars. He was it's something just modest, but it's kind of cool. We'll have to see what they got next week at the shop, little one.
Yeah.
But anyhow, see about having a giveaway next week, and probably what at the end of the uh, what do you call it segment? The tinfoil hat segment, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, end of the tinfoil hat segment next week. If I forget, remind me, and I will. You heard Keith doing a Texan accent? You need more of that? Let's say. I agree, Rock. We have a great little community here. No, it'll be more than that, Lars. But see, it'll be worth it, but nothing extravagant. I can't extravagant at this point. But yeah, I really like our little community here. Um, we we support each other and have a good time, and it's really great. And I couldn't have got near all this done without the help from, let's say, people like Chris and Lars bringing me my equipment. Uh, See this, Lars? You brought it. Yep. So, I think it's just fantastic. Minors helping minors, pretty much. So where's the adults in the room? Anyhow, does anyone have any other questions here? Because it's almost 10 o'clock. I got a tank to dump tomorrow and videotape. You're welcome, blind dude. Mr. Lodak, fastest removed the spammer in the West. Or actually, I think he's in the East. Oh.
In the known and observable universe.
Yeah. Okay, Shaggy. Yeah, I don't see any more questions or anything. So I guess we'll call it a night. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and hanging out and putting in your 2 cents and sometimes your 12 cents and everything else. And hopefully, Jim will be feeling better next week. But it is hot, so he'll have to be careful. Can you put bleach in your water recirculation tank? Is that what are you using the recirculating water for? If it's not being used for leaching or anything, I don't see any reason why not. Yeah, nice seeing you again too, Wolfman. And there you go. Not if you're using acid in it, Lars. For the shaker tables and rock crusher. That is gravity separation. He's probably using a little surfactant. And yeah, that's a good point, Chris. You might dissolve some gold. Yeah. What's another good algicide? Um, copper sulfate. A little bit of copper sulfate would probably work pretty well. Yeah. I beat you for once, Chris. I don't believe it. I actually got Chris's answer before Chris could type it. Yeah, and it need very, very little. What? Yeah, I'm sure you had it faster than me. Just couldn't get it typed. What concentration? That'd be like on the parts per million range, wouldn't it? I'm not exactly sure, but it'd be very little. Uh, yeah, pool algicide. Yeah, about like that. Good point. And you can get the copper sulfate as root killer too. That's the cheapest way I know how to get it. But as little as you've got, yeah, you're not going to be using very much. What would be the major problem with a little bit of copper sulfate release, Chris? Is it an actual problem or is it a regulatory problem? I would imagine that regulators get upset at stuff that I've used flocculants before.
Would silver nitrate work?
No. It's rather hard. Yeah, he doesn't. You don't have any running water there, do you, Lars? You got the creek upstairs, but I think it's all dry by the time it gets down to your place, doesn't it? In terms of flocculant, I've used pool flocculant without any negative effects that I've seen, and it really does help. Yeah. He's just trying to kill algae, blind dude. It's not a recirculation sluice, it's a table where he's recirculating his water. Yeah, I used just a pool flocculant. For all I know, it'll also be enough to take care of the algae problem. Take care, David. And. I don't know. You might be able to flush a little copper sulfate as long as you collect it all at the other end, but I'm not an expert on these things. No, I'm not a claim on. I'm not an expert on algae in pipes. And is it the inside the pipe, or just at the ends and everything? think PVC would block out enough light it couldn't grow inside it. If it's like HDPE, I'm sure there's no light inside it. Okay. Let us know when you come up with next week if you still have questions. Oh. Well, I think on that, I'm just going to have to let everyone go to bed. And I'm going to have to get to sleep here shortly because I got a long day ahead. I got to dump that tank and then refill it again in the heat. Luckily, out there, I have a hose with fresh water, so I can just hose myself down. Makes a big difference. Don't drink it if you can spray it on the outside first. You lose less electrolytes that way, too. All righty, everyone. You guys take care. And, boy, it must be past your bedtime, Rock Butcher. It's got to be like midnight where you're at.
Happy prospecting.
And thank you for all the help. So happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.